Greetings and welcome, viewers. I am your host and storyteller, Sylvanov. Thank you for joining us while we delve into the world of darkness with Vampire the Masquerade. This stream is intended for a mature audience and does contain mature themes that may not be suitable for all viewers. This game revolves around a dark horror theme and contains content that may be an emotional trigger for some audience members. Please keep in mind that this is a work of fiction. The views and actions of the characters are not explicitly the views or actions of the actual players. At no time should any of the violence or horror portrayed in our game be attempted by anyone at any time for any reason. Please sit back, grab a drink and a snack, and join us on the shadowy path that is the world of darkness. And now, before we start, please meet and welcome our players for the evening.
Greetings. Good evening. I am Raven, and I play Annabelle the Nosferatu.
Good evening, I'm Sail, and I'll be playing Tim the Bruja.
Good evening, I am Mitwad, and I'll be playing Mr. Ezekiel White.
Yo, I'm Chase. I'm going to be playing Jonathan Keats, the Thin Blood.
And I am Canadasamson. I am playing Virginia Stone the Toreador.
And I again am Sylvan. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Did I miss somebody?
No.
We're still hanging on from the earlier vignette from the day. I apologize. Welcome, everybody. Again, I am Sylvanov, your storyteller for the evening. We hope that you were able to catch our vignette earlier this afternoon. If you didn't, please check it out on our videos on demand on either Twitch or our YouTube channel. I'm sure someone will link it for us in chat at some point. And welcome to all of our wonderful viewers from our community. If you have a stream or you have a Discord, feel free to link it for everyone else. And we're going to jump right in and go with a quick recap, as it were. Please take it away.
So last session, Mr. Keats was meeting with Maurice the Harpy, who was apparently his contact to facilitate a meeting with Mr. Vikos. That meeting saw him losing his girlfriend of sorts to the Harpy. We don't really know. So Mr. Keats took out his frustration on the Harpy, which saw him dragged into the back alley of the Three Monkeys Tavern, where the rest of the coterie members who were there that night, Mr. Toon, Annabelle, and Mr. White, proceeded to help Mr. Keats fight his assailants, but Mr. Keats handedly beat one of the assailants with a werewolf hand. Yes.
And his own collarbone.
And his own collarbone, that's correct. Annabelle ended up staking one of the individuals who Mr. Toon recognized from a previous encounter. The Harpy seemed to have been lost in the altercation and disappeared into the night. Annabelle went into a frenzy in the hunt for the Harpy, almost killing Mr. White, almost killing Jonathan Keats in the process as well, before being staked by Mr. Toon. They were all piled into Annabelle's car and were heading out as the night was getting closer to ending.
And there we are. The car packed with our coterie -2. Where do you all head?
We need somewhere to crash for the day, as it were.
Anybody got an uncompromised location?
Well, not someplace with the roof would be useful.
Go here. I'm sure it's all right. I don't think she has a choice. And you'll give the Flophouse directions.
All right, let's head that way.
Zeke, guide you all to the Nosferatu Flophouse, which inadvertently is very close to the Manassas City Police Department, right in the middle of Old Town, not that far from the train station and other frequented places, only a few blocks from the Three Monkeys Bar. very conveniently located in the heart of Old Town Manassas, getting you all in to the cramped, small, sparse apartment. Is there anything that anyone needs to accomplish before literally just giving up for the evening?
I'd like to feed.
Okay.
Same. And I would, like, as soon as the door shuts, I reclined like all the way back, like basically on Animal's lap. I don't care. They're a prop at this point.
Roger that.
I am going to seriously think about that remorse roll and doing all the things. Am I justified in my decisions of screwing up my life and pretty much everyone around me to find my friend?
So,
Because ultimately, this is my fault.
after getting there and being shown where the Flophouse apartment is, do I assume that Jonathan quickly exits the building, going on the hunt, as it were, knowing there are thin blood racks nearby?
Yeah, I would try to hit up some thin bloods for bags of blood, and I will owe them later if I have to, or pay them petty cash or whatever they're asking for.
You will find that the quote unquote bags of blood are in short supply nowadays. Things have been drying up on that front pretty rapidly around Prince William County. You do get offered the ability to feed on someone's herd.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that, and I tell them that I'll trade a secret or a thin blood alchemy in exchange for them letting me feed on their herd.
Along the ways of feeding, the contemplation of the events, the attempt to resolve, as it were, the dents in humanity. Please, if you will, roll your unspent, unstained will.
Which is a single one.
Okay.
That's a failure.
Unfortunately, Jonathan, you can't do it. You just can't find a way to rationalize what's gone on. The peeling away, as you contemplate it, of some of your humanity is visceral. Feels like a tearing of flesh, a scraping of the brain, bits and pieces of what kept you fade. The beast licks at the wounds for you, letting you know it's okay. It really is okay. They deserved it. Every one of them did exactly what they did, and everything came exactly how it's supposed to be, and you're still alive. We're still alive. We have things to do. Why bother with this bullshit?
At what cost?
A flash of your friend's face, her soft features comes to mind, her voice slowly trickling in. There's other ways. There's other ways to deal with this. It's not a total loss. We have to come to grips with the reality before we can better it. Sometimes survival requires the monster. You know this.
You're right. You're right.
It's okay. Find some place to meditate and sleep. You'll be okay when you wake again. I promise.
Thank you.
The beast goes quiet as you begin making your way back to the flop house. Having been able to leech off your friends, as it were, for at least 2 of your hunger. Not exactly the way that you would like to do it, or how you prefer, but sustenance is sustenance. Likewise, Toon. What do you do?
I'm gonna head to the train station. Looking for scumbags.
Scumbags are not hard to find near the train station. It's early in the morning. Sun's about to rise. People are getting ready for work, hitting the train station to hit the VRE into DC. There's people. Plenty. More and more as time ticks rather rapidly towards dawn.
Is there anyone lurking somewhere secluded?
What's an awareness, please?
3 successes.
3 successes. It's not hard. As you see people filtering in and out of the parking garage, you notice a couple people lingering on the 3rd floor, gathered in a little huddle, away from any other parked vehicles. Matter of fact, you recognize one of them being one of Diego's friends. Tattoos up and down his neck, teardrops on his face.
I'm gonna approach him and ask to speak with him in the stairwell for a minute.
You might recognize him. He doesn't recognize you.
Oh.
Him and his 2 friends see you approaching and kind of eyeball you as you're a lone person on the 3rd floor of this structure where no other cars have bothered parking yet because there's better parking. Hey, what do you want?
I don't know. What do you want?
They kind of eyeball each other like, who the fuck is this guy? There's a bit of Spanish thrown back and forth between them as they drop certain keywords, things that definitely catch your attention. You've probably heard before certain slurs. Hey, look, man, you should get the fuck on, yeah?
Yeah, whoever, which one was it that said that?
You don't know them by name, but it's the closest. There's 2. There's
Was
one.
it the one I
gentleman-
recognize or one of the other 2?
Oh yeah, he's the mouthy bitch.
The one I recognize?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna punch him in the face and knock him out.
Strength and brawl, sir, and I will grant you the surprise. Not an ambush, but a surprise.
Yeah.
And you're at 3 hunger?
4.
4.
Yeah.
All right.
Five successes.
The beast doesn't have time for this shit. You swing for him. The other 2 absolutely surprised. You catch him in the side of his head. That excessive vampiric strength, the evening's events welled up in you. A little loss of control in the effort as there's a satisfying crunch when fist connects with temple. The poor guy crumples like a bag of water. The other two, surprised, both reach behind them at the waistline.
Yeah. I'm going to basically blink behind them, and I want to grab both of their heads and just clunk.
Rouse, please.
Whew. Risky rouse of the day. 1 success.
Oh shit.
The beast in you
That could have gone very poorly.
keeps replaying the previous events of the evening as you once again move unlike any human, disregarding any thought of anything. You blink behind the pair and do what?
Basically grab both of their heads and just Three Stooges style smack them together, hopefully to knock both of them out. If they
Again?
die, they die.
Strength, brawl, and ambush.
Oh shit.
Your potence will come into play.
Uh-oh. So that's
The
wait,
beast
so I get another die
revels,
for the
yes.
potence and another one for grapple, right?
That is correct. The beast
Oh, shit.
revels in the hunt.
7 successes.
It is a blur of motion as the two heads collide together in a satisfying crackling sound like celery snapping. They both go limp. Falling at your feet are now 3 corpses in the matter of a second or two. Tim,
Uh-huh.
there are now 2 stains on your humanity, sir.
Oof.
As
So
two of these persons will not be waking from this. However,
which one is
there is a buffet of fresh human blood at your feet.
Mhm. So which 2 are not going to make it?
Diego's friend and one of his cohorts.
Okay. So slurp those guys, obviously. And I would also like to heal my 1 aggravated damage.
Okay, again, rouse the blood for your healing, please. And am I assuming that you are feeding down to 1 hunger between the 3 corpses or the 3 bodies?
Well, 2 of them are already dead, so
Yes,
mean,
but it's like in
drink my
a
fill.
blink of an eye, a moment.
yeah.
The blood's not worthless in that moment.
Okay. So yeah, I don't get hungrier, but yeah, I want to drink to as low as I can.
Okay, you
Basically,
can
out of
feed
the 3
down
of
to
them
1 hunger
without killing the 1.
You definitely can feed down to 1 hunger, including being able to heal.
All right. The one that's still alive is unconscious, right?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. I'm gonna bring him with.
And how would you like to do that, sir?
It's wasn't far, and I had
were
a vehicle.
standing right there at a car.
Yeah, I'm just gonna search for keys and throw them in the back of the vehicle. And
Not
drive
hard to find. Not hard to find.
Flophouse.
Your beast, satiated from the hunt and from the feeding, is still reeling at the opportunity to just be itself. Whispers in your ear until you slumber. You throw the bodies in the vehicle, exit the parking garage and head back to the Flophouse apartment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where did you put the bodies?
Well, it was just the one guy that was alive. I don't care about the two that are dead. They can't really.
You're
say
just leaving
anything.
them behind, or?
Oh no, that's not a good idea either. Yeah, I guess. Well, what kind of vehicle was it?
It's like an old Lincoln.
Will they all fit in the trunk?
Two definitely will.
Okay, so the two dead ones in the trunk and the alive one propped up in the front seat.
Okay. The short drive back to the Flophouse, it really starts to hit you that here it is, murder. More murder. More murder. More murder. Feels good. Letting go.
Not good.
Not caring. Taking the situation, control, and just getting it done. This is what we were meant to do. This is what we've done for the last 100 years. They're cattle. Moo. As you pull up to the Flophouse. Anybody carry Annabelle in?
Yeah, I think
I would have done that before I left.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just...
Yeah, like
All three of us
and
will.
also the other guy. Like everyone would have been out of that vehicle.
Okay.
I don't give a shit about that.
No, I care about that other guy.
Okay.
We have some history.
Yes.
Is it possible to heal the superficial damage while in torpor?
No,
Okay, just curious.
not while staked. Tim returns shortly after Jonathan Keats returns. Zeke, what do you do when the two of them disappear? You're left there with Annabelle, your patron, for lack of a better term, staked.
I'm going to look at her, for lack of terms, corpse. Kind of give her a once over. I know she can hear me, so this is what I say. My past, my failures, they belong where they lie, in the past. I have gone and done things unacceptable to tradition. And I take full responsibility for that. However, I am not a dog on a leash. I am a person. If you do not have respect for that, then that is what it is. But
Zeke, your beast coughs, sputtering into voice in your head. You're lying to yourself. We're not a person. We're a goddamn monster, and you know it. You're a murderer, and you know it.
he will chuckle. We are a monster.
This is your
We-
one chance to be free of this bitch. Do it.
We are a monster. We are a murderer. But we will not take from others unjustly.
She took from us. Take from her. Free us. No one has to
Shut
know
up
they're
inside there.
gone. They're gone. Do it.
We have a bigger, tastier fish next door. So that is where we will be. But, Miss Annabelle, I hope we can continue to work together. Who am I to expect a response?
You can be the coward, but there'll come a time when it's my turn, Ephraim.
Yes.
I'll free
Ephraim
us
is
if
the
you
coward.
can't.
Ephraim is a coward. And so is Ezekiel. And all the other names I've gone by in the last 40 years. But we have a bigger, juicier fish next door. And with that, he will pivot and leave a scrawled note for the other two if they come back within the time he goes to get himself down to 2.
So you go down to the
Yep.
old man's apartment to
Knock.
once again partake.
Medication. Yep. Knock. Lie to him. Hey, medication.
That
You
will
know,
that
how you
will go
feeling?
without interruption. And about the
Yep.
time that you return to Annabelle's apartment, Jonathan is walking up behind you in the hallway at the door.
How you feeling, Mr. Keats?
Unwell would be an understatement.
Are you in control of you?
For now.
Very good. Shall we?
Where's let's see about Annabelle.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to suggest. Let's retire to Miss Annabelle and get her awake if needed.
The two of you shuffle into the apartment, close the door behind you, and go to see about arranging Annabelle however you need to. A moment later, the door opens again. Toon walks in, looking predatory. Stains of blood covering his chin, dribbles down his shirt, a dark look in his eyes.
Are you in there, Mr. Toon?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling quenched. Hey, I need some help with some things in the car here. Give me a hand.
Now wait until we help Annabelle.
Let's hold off on that.
On her or on the
On her.
treats in the trunk?
Well, there's only one treat and it needs time to, let's just say, be ready. So we're going to leave Annabelle till the evening.
Fair, but you could have partaken in my snack next door.
Yeah, that's not my speed, man.
Fair enough, my
You
friend.
do you.
The
The
colors.
three of you are viscerally aware of the approaching dawn.
Yeah, I'm booking it downstairs to grab the one that's still alive and basically help him upstairs.
Okay.
I'll go with Tim.
There's 2 stiffs in the trunk. We need to get them not
there.
immediately available.
We can dump them at the battlefield.
Perfect.
Not
Or
this
an
morning, you
achievement.
can't.
Yeah, not right now.
No. Dump them at the battlefield. Maybe make it look like they shot themselves or each other. Pin it on gang violence.
All right, so
But I'll
you retrieve the
help 'em.
still living,
Gang member.
Yeah.
and
I'm basically just gonna prop him up for the morning so Annabelle has a snack because she's gonna be less than pleasant.
that's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll help him carry the dude upstairs and then show him to the broom closet. Other
you
bedroom.
deposit Annabelle in the tub as usual.
Yes.
Okay,
And I will
See-
take my place next to her with the toilet.
great. There's literally just the little living room, a kitchenette, and one little bedroom in this apartment. Other than that, it's pretty stark. You guys don't have a lot of options. Oh,
I'm
thankfully,
just gonna lay down on the floor.
Annabelle does have, really heavy, thick, dark curtains covering the one window that faces out of the living room.
I'm gonna say I'm probably on the couch.
Okay. Virginia,
Yes.
the conversation with Fiona comes and goes. The evening seems fairly uneventful, sans Sam, as he's taken off to sulk or do whatever it is he needs to do to quiet his mind and take care of his ego, as it were, after having the battle of wits with someone he probably should not have picked a fight with. What are you doing?
Well, after I would have stayed at the club for a little bit, make my presence known there, interact with patrons as usual, and then I think before the night is too far gone, I'm going to head back to my last and final haven.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a really, really sneaky back way to get there.
Okay. The dawn comes, prodding all kindred to surrender to unconsciousness. The mortals go about their day, going to work, taking care of families, eating, shopping, doing what it is that mortals do. The day progresses, and again, night falls. The sun drops below the horizon, tugging everyone, except for Annabelle, from their own slumbers. Jonathan, Tim, Zeke, well, everyone except for Annabelle, please do a rouse check.
I don't get hungry.
Was a success.
Ooh,
Success.
Successful.
Excellent.
I'm also going to rouse again to heal my superficials.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Please do.
I would like to resolve one of the.
Well, you have the
Stains,
opportunity to
if
resolve them
possible.
both right now,
Okay.
depending
Yes,
on
'cause you
how
can
many
resolve up to
successes
2.
you get.
Okay.
So the way that works, Tim, is that you take your humanity,
Uh-huh.
less any stains, however many
Mhm.
boxes are not touched, that's how many dice you have to resolve your humanity. So as your humanity is currently at 5, you have 2 stains. That means you have 3 dice to resolve 2 stains.
Two successes.
As you rouse and start rationalizing the previous evening's events, you do come to grips with the drastic measures you were forced to take, the lives you were forced to take. It's not easy.
I'm not happy about it.
Your beast is quite
Yeah,
comfortable,
I'm
quite
sure he is.
happy, and thinks we should do it again every damn night.
Mm.
This is the constant battle that you have as an alley cat, a hunter, a predator. Every night you're tempted to take lives because that's part of who you are. This evening, you do not lose humanity. What catches the attention of Tim, Jonathan, and Ezekiel without any problem is the constant red and blue flashed haze coming from behind the curtain as they rouse themselves.
Oh, shit. It's always something.
Being that I would say I'm a bit of a light sleeper, would I see like this going through, like me sleeping on the couch, like the lights like blinding?
As you begin to rouse, it's not blinding. It's just because the curtains are pulled over the
Gotcha.
window and they're really thick and heavy, so they block out sunlight and things like that. But as you rouse and start to open your eyes, you notice from around the edges of the curtain the red and blue, unmistakable colors of what must be authorities outside the building.
I'm going to immediately run to the bathroom.
Okay. It's only a couple of
going-
paces. This is a small apartment.
Going to yeah, so much for being undamaged. I'm going to rip at my hand with my fangs and stick it down Annabelle's like mouth and take that steak out while I'm doing it.
Okay, so you rush into the bathroom. Zeke's rousing himself. Annabelle's in
Hugging
the,
the toilet.
in the tub. Rip into arm or hand or however it is you do it and start willing the blood to pool into Annabelle's mouth. You will gain a hunger, sir.
Fair.
What you doing, Jonathan?
We have company and we need to get out now.
Fuck. I'll get up.
Annabelle, you
Go.
already took the damage from being staked, right? Okay. You are absolutely aware of what's going on. Your eyes are open. You see Jonathan burst into the bathroom, drags open some flesh, and begins to feed you, gripping the piece of wood sticking through your chest. And as he does, he rips it free. I have wits and composure, please.
Three successes.
3 successes. The thoughts that you've had to sit on since realizing you were staked to this moment have been boiling, absolutely boiling in your mind. The beast raging right until the taste of vampiric vitae hits your tongue. You hear a faint echo of Zeke's voice as he attempts to speak to Jonathan, who responds but doesn't stop from what he's doing. Jonathan, strength and brawl, please, or strength and melee, please.
Two successes.
2 successes is enough. As he feeds you, he takes his other hand, gripping the steak, and rips it free of your chest. The sudden awareness of sensations from the rest of your body return. Sense in the room the taste of coppery vitae in your mouth. The knowledge of how you got here rushes to the forefront. The beast screaming. What do you do?
Annabelle's balling her fists, and she kind of starts biting down on Mr. Keats's offered, but then it doesn't taste it's not right. She can tell it's not right. And so she kind of like forces her mouth back off of it and kind of like unballs her fists and kind of brings her hand up and tries to take his hand off of her face.
Yeah, as soon as like pushing away is a good sign, so I will totally go along with it. And but I will just be like, hey, we have company. No time for you to like get your shit together.
Zeke, this is all happening in a matter of moments. He rushes in, looks, spots, opens a palm, thrusts it into her mouth, ignores you, and yanks a steak out of Annabelle's chest.
Yep. The last thing he said to me was trouble. So I'm going to get Mr. Toon.
Annabelle, your favorite snack is within eyesight as he turns to leave the bathroom. And Tim, we couldn't hear you if you were talking.
Yeah, I'm grabbing the still alive one and dragging him to the bathroom.
Now that you have a chance to look at him, the side of his face looks bad. There's clearly a stain of clear fluid that's leaked out of both his ears, nose, and eyes. The clear fluid has stained his flesh. It's a little glistening. Does not look to be conscious still. And even if you pry his eyes open, utterly unresponsive.
That's fine. I'm just going to drag him into the bathroom.
All right. There is a crowd in this little tiny bathroom. Annabelle, the vision of Tim fills the doorway. You're not sure who staked you, but you have a good idea.
I brought you a peace offering, and I'm just gonna hold the limp body of this dude in front of her.
I'm going to back behind Mr. Toon.
Take your peace offering and shove it, Mr. Toon.
Well, I mean, I would, but I know you're in need, and we kind of got to get out of here. So if you're gonna be mad, that's fine, but we got to be mad like somewhere else. So
I will be mad somewhere else, Mr. Toon. I understand you did what you had to do, but
I didn't think you were gonna like it.
As the conversation unfolds, Raven, your fingers mindlessly go to the gaping hole in your chest.
Look, we can pin whatever it is on that fucking dude right here. Let's just get out of here. Let's figure it out somewhere else.
What? Yes, Are we fleeing again?
Yes.
As I say that, I want to take a rouse check to kind of like patch the hole in my chest.
Absolutely, please.
Yes, I passed.
And you did get you did clear a hunger when Jonathan fed you.
Yep.
Okay.
I want to roll wits and awareness and take a peek out of the curtain to see what is actually going on with the flashing lights.
All right, so you go back to the living room and take a peek.
I got 3 successes.
There are 3 squad cars. There's an ambulance. There's a tow truck. And a slew of people busy about the vehicle. The trunk's wide open. And they are currently dragging the vehicle up onto the back of the rollback.
I'm going to turn and head towards Mr. Toon.
So they're here for the car.
Your new vehicle.
Tim,
something, yeah.
Tim, wits and intelligence, please.
6 successes. I got a crit.
The screaming awareness that everything you did the night previous or the morning earlier hits you, that the train station parking garage has full-on security cameras. They're everywhere. It's a public facility. It's a train station. The realization that this was absolutely caught on camera. There's no other way that this can be. You know that you took no precautions in your rush to feed. Your need to hunt overwhelmed the common sense, as it were, with the pressing dawn. That sudden realization that, fuck.
Oof.
So, who fucked the proverbial pooch this time?
That would be me.
It doesn't matter.
Oh,
It
God.
doesn't fucking matter.
So
Let's
the
get outta
problem
here.
is, do they know we're in here?
Probably. Let's just assume that they do.
Do we leave the bodies?
Yeah. Why? I mean, maybe they could save them.
That no, they're no. That's not happening. Two of them are beyond saving,
Yeah,
and
two of them are
this-
dead.
Yeah, and this one is not going to be right.
All
so.
four of you hear the muted sounds from the floor beneath you. What the fuck do you want?
Well, that would be my snack.
You hear the shouts for entry. Prince William Police Department, open the door. Fuck
Gonna-
off!
Immediately go out of the nearest like side or back window that I can find.
There's
Yeah,
only
I'm
one
following
window
him.
in Annabelle's apartment.
Is it? Can we see people down?
Oh yeah,
Like,
you can
are they
see the
milling
cars.
around?
You can see the rollback truck. You can see the line of police officers from the police station, not even a block away, have started to enter the building and are clearly engaged with somebody on the floor below you. Yes.
Quick question: is this building have like a roof with like roof access? I know it's only 2 stories,
No.
but I just didn't know if it did. Okay, just curious.
No.
That-
This
Thank
is a
you. I was about
really
to ask.
basic apartment building.
Okay, well, that's what
Literally
I
has
thought. I
6
just wanted to
apartments
check.
and that's it.
I am going to crouch down. I'm going to bang on the floor and I'm going to yell, "Mr. Jones, it's the fucking Nazis."
I'm
There
going to
is-
also bang my feet.
Okay. There is an
The
immediate
Nazis are
response.
here!
The unmistakable sound of a double barrel shotgun being fired. There's a couple of quick shouts as there is a lot of gunfire below you.
You
It is
assholes brought
brief.
this here.
It is brief, it is violent, and it is over as quick as it began. There is a lot of commotion below you.
You have
That-
your exit. Now I'm homeless too. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And
Look, it's no
My bad.
time to point fingers.
Yeah.
Like
Mr. Keats, I am done giving a shit about any of you, what you fucking want. You all take and take and take and take and take.
I just
None of you have heard of what the Masquerade is, apparently. And at that, Annabelle is going to activate Silence of Death, or not Silence. She's activating Ghost in the Machine, Silence to Death, and she's going to rouse to Unseen Passage. I get
It's going to
hungrier.
be very
but-
hard for you to do Unseen Passage with everybody looking at you.
Well, I mean, I will do it when I can do it, but I rolled. I failed. I got
Okay.
hungrier.
pause. Virginia,
Yes.
you wake after what is an otherwise pleasant slumber.
Nice.
Turning on. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
Going about your evening routine, primping, preening, dressing, catching the weather, the news, or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
There's one of those alerts. Breaking news. Gunfight in Manassas. Local authorities tracked down the victim of an assault to an apartment building in Old Town Manassas, where police have engaged an assailant who opened fire upon them. You've never seen the flop house? It's never been described to you. I don't think the address has ever been given to you. But it's one of those places that you wouldn't look twice at. But you do recognize on the video Annabelle's vehicle. That's there. There's a rush of police inside going into the building. The video catches a couple of loud gunshots, which sound like shotguns. And then there's a return fire sound coming from the front of the building as the news people cut away and say more to follow.
Oh, shit. Well, that's concerning. Huh. Well, I'm going to text Mr. Toon, though I doubt he's going to be able to answer if he is involved in all of this shit. I'm just going to say, you good? Question mark. And I'm going to send it his way.
So yeah, Tim, your little phone buzzes and there's a text message from a number you recognize from Virginia Stone.
I'm going to look at it.
It says
So
that.
Yeah.
You good?
I'm going to reply, we fucked. Send.
Shit. Okay. That's shitty. What can I do?
Will advise. Send.
Cool beans. In that case, it is what it is.
So I'm assuming in all the commotion and the gunfire, a lot of the people that were milling around downstairs ran into the building.
Not all of them. No, there are people that are still outside. There's, the car was being loaded on the back. 2 stretchers were loaded into the ambulance. There's officers who are out in the front of the building, not entering the building. Their job is to, keep an eye out. So yeah, there's plenty of presence around. This is not something where you're going to jump out this window and haul ass. But the altercation below you, you can hear lots of voices, lots of commotion. And you notice that you can hear them rush through an apartment below you. You can tell that whatever's happened has their full attention. There's a scene outside the window a few moments later, if you guys hesitate and just watch, of yet another stretcher being brought into the apartment building. You can hear knocks on doors on the other apartments on the first floor. You can hear muffled sounds of people conversing. You can hear footsteps of people going up the stairs. And a moment later, there's a knock at the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump. I assume like Keats was like, as soon as he heard like the gunshot, he was like already trying to get out the fucking window.
Annabelle is going to grab onto Mr. Keats's shoulder and she's going to just shake her head no. I'm going to motion for all of them to like go stand in the like kitchenette area. That's kind of
Actually,
do
you look? Fuck. Look.
When she gets near you, there's no sound.
I'm gonna say, why don't I talk to them?
No one can hear you. You can't even hear your own voice when she's near you.
Could I put 2 and 2 together that if I'm standing near her, nobody can hear me?
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Pause. Rewind. I need to check something.
The whole point of me doing this was that no one was supposed to say shit.
Yeah.
Silence, you fools.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but does silence of death only affect the wielder of the power? I thought it affected their immediate vicinity and others like right there.
It's just supposed to affect the wielder.
Okay, so
it might affect like a very tiny, minuscule like bubble around them.
Okay, so
but
you are able to speak, Jonathan. My mistake. But yeah, she makes no noise as she tries to manhandle you. So continue on with what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, all right, like, do you want me to talk to them? All right, let's get the everyone get the fucking.
Yeah, I'm just gonna head to the kitchenette and try and quietly drag the corpses away from the door.
I won't make you roll for this, but the kitchenette and the living room it's in such close proximity that there's no way you're gonna hide there. The only place to hide is either the bedroom or the bathroom.
Oh, sorry. I've got this in my head. Sorry, my bad. They can hide in the bedroom area then. That's okay. Fine. I would have motioned to that then. Sorry. In my head the way I had it, yeah. So
I'm gonna I'll be right there.
Prince William Police Department.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right there. And are they clear?
Yeah, it only takes them a couple of steps.
At this point, if no one's looking, Annabelle will disappear.
I'm going to have I'm pretty sure the lock with the chain is on, and I'm gonna just open it slightly, and I'm just be like, I heard gunshots. Is everything okay?
Everything's okay, sir. Are you? Is everyone here? Are you home alone?
Yeah, I'm here alone.
Have you been here all night?
Visiting a friend. Yeah, I've been here all night.
You're home alone and you're visiting a friend. Where's your friend, sir? Can we come in?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you need to, but
hey, we're actually looking for someone. Can you take a look at a picture for us?
I'll look at the picture.
It is a fuzzy yet recognizable image of Tim Toon from a little distance, kind of shadowed in the late evening, early dusk hours, near a car.
He kind of looks familiar.
Do you remember anything occurring this morning around, 6:20 in the morning. Did anybody come in the building?
I don't know if anybody came in the building. That's really early. I would have been, asleep.
Do you know the guy in 3A?
Are you talking about the crazy guy?
Yeah. Do you?
That might be where I know him from. I think they were together.
But you don't remember hearing anything this morning. Nothing woke you up. No strange occurrences.
Gunshots woke me up just now.
We apologize. There was an altercation. Can we get your ID, sir, in case we need to contact you? We're actually asking all the residents here about anything that might have gone on over the last night. It was an occurrence, and there's been more than one death involved.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, I will actually give them my ID, and I will be like, yeah, that sounds terrible.
The uniform officer quickly takes it, writes down a few things, hands it back to you. Do you know Mr. Jones from 3A?
I don't know him personally. Jones was his name. The person downstairs.
Yes.
I mean, I don't get to know like everyone around.
And how long have you lived here?
I don't live here. My girlfriend works the night shifts, and she it's her apartment.
And what's her name, sir?
Her name is Annabelle.
What's her last name?
I'm gonna go with a name I'm gonna make up. I'm gonna say Smith.
Annabelle Smith. Do you know how we can contact Miss Smith?
Yeah, I have her number.
What time did she leave this morning?
Would have been like 6 p.m. and she's gonna be back, like any minute now.
Great. As he's writing down these notes, there's a little bit of squawk over his radio. Some things. He leans into his shoulder, keys the mic, spits out a couple of police 10 codes. This is are you going to be available if we need to reach you, sir?
Yeah.
And
I mean,
please let Miss Smith know that we're going to be in touch.
Okay.
Thank you. I hope we're sorry for the disturbance. We'll get some counselors in touch for the neighbors. There's been there's been an occurrence.
Yeah.
You can hear
I appreciate you.
The other two apartments being knocked on and similar discords going on with the residents. As this officer puts his notepad away and excuses himself, thanks you for your time, apologizes for disturbing you, and you see the three officers that are knocking on the doors quickly exit the building. Almost rapidly.
Gonna slowly close the door. And just like let out a sigh and just
likewise, if anybody takes a peek out the one window, they will notice that the rollback truck has disappeared, that the officers are quickly leaving the property. almost hurriedly. It's extremely unusual for what just occurred for them to leave. This is unsettling.
Okay, now we need to get the fuck out of here.
Dropping Silence of Death, you'll just hear Annabelle's voice and be like, "Who has my car keys?"
I don't have your car keys, and I don't know if it's a good idea to take your
Yeah,
car.
I was gonna say, I think Tim has your car keys because he drove you all
Yeah.
back.
Tim does.
Yeah,
Yeah, Tim does.
here you go. I'll hand him over.
Oh, I'm invisible right now, so just set him down someplace.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll just chuck him on the table.
I don't think it's a good idea to take your car.
You're probably right, Mr. Keats.
Look, let's
This is-
call a taxi, call an Uber. Let's go back to the club.
Or we could hoof it. It's not too far.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go solo because I'm the one they're looking for. So I'm just gonna basically roll up my hoodie and leave after the police have cleared out.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna walk,
think
a good mile away in the opposite direction, right?
I think that
and
would be a
then,
little bit suspicious. Like, just they're probably going to be pulling over people in hoodies,
Yeah.
or like interrogating. It's probably man.
Well, they're not
right now.
They're not there. I mean,
I'd rather us move as a group.
okay. Just trying to limit risk to the rest of you.
Well, Tim, you're not such a terrible person. I would hate for anything to happen to you.
I appreciate that, but I kind of screwed the pooch on this one, so the piper must be paid.
Everybody makes mistakes.
However, talking about those mistakes is not prudent. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. So what are we doing? Are we calling a
I think-
cab? Is that the plan?
Yeah, let's call
At this point, I would have texted Tim again because
Okay.
it has been a considerable amount of time.
Been a few minutes
And I'm going to say update ?
as the newsreel reports that there's an ongoing investigation, that more news will be provided as it's made available to the media.
So I got a text from Virginia. Do we want her to come get us?
That would probably be preferable.
Okay. I'm going to text Virginia the address and need a ride.
Awesome. I'm going to text back, meet 2 blocks over. Don't want to get too close.
Fair. Send. So she's going to meet us 2 blocks away and pick us all up.
Cool.
I will.
Are we leaving our friend here?
Ooh.
All the cars are out, right?
There is a steady outgoing of vehicles as the authorities rapidly leave the building. What's left are a couple of cars from the residents, Annabelle's car. The car that Tim brought back with him is no longer there as it's been towed away.
So we need to take this dude. He's a key piece of the puzzle. We need answers.
Yeah.
We're talking about the staked gentleman or the new friend?
The staked gentleman.
Well, we need to bring them both, or at least get rid of the new gentleman.
I mean, I'm not really thirsty, but help yourself.
No, I meant like not have this body here when I gave my information
Yes.
out.
Annabelle.
Yeah.
Annabelle will reappear and pick up her car keys. it looks like one final ride. She's going to go and pick up one of the dead guys, and
There's only one.
We just need to stick them in my car and dump my car somewhere. Yes.
Seems fair.
Okay, so if
Yes.
I remember correctly, there's a corpse in the trunk of Annabelle's vehicle, and there's the partly alive person in the apartment.
There
Yes.
shouldn't be any corpses in Annabelle's vehicle.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, one was Ash and one we brought with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we brought the
and Tim brought one with him.
yes,
Right, that the human corpse.
Tim brought 2.
But I'm saying, what I'm
Tim
saying
brought
is,
2 plus the guy who was still breathing because that was supposed to be
the two that were in
wake-up
the
snack.
vehicle are now gone.
I'm
Oh, okay. So then we only have the
Two,
guy.
one and
that's-
one.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
what we oh, okay, I got you.
we still have two
bring-
left.
One we need to keep and one we need to get rid of.
Bring Mr. Liquid Ears, Mr. Toon, and we will arrange for his being found elsewhere.
Excellent. Thank you.
It's probably spinal fluid.
Yeah, I hit him pretty hard.
Is he alive?
Yeah.
Who cares, Mr.
As
White?
far as you can tell, he is breathing. It's shallow, completely unresponsive.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
I'm heading out down to the car.
Why don't we put him in the 1 or 3A apartment or whatever?
Don't think we want to go near Mr. Jones if he's still alive.
He's not alive.
Not alive. We heard the gunshots and we saw the stretcher.
Would they not search that apartment?
Yeah, it's okay if they think that.
Mr. Liquid Ears was a friend of Mr. Jones, yes?
Mm.
I mean, it could work.
By all means, gentlemen.
All right. I'll throw him in a closet in the apartment 3A, whatever it is.
Still
Assuming
alive.
no one is in there. Huh?
Still alive.
Oh, that's right. He's still alive. Yeah. Shit.
You know what?
Look, we can give an anonymous 911 later.
He's not going to die immediately.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, leave him.
Put
Okay.
him in the bedroom.
Okay.
Well, I think he needs to be like in a place not because they just rushed that house and
Yeah,
probably search.
Yeah. You know where to put him, Tim. Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go.
Yeah, just throw him in a closet and that's it.
I'm
The
gonna
four of
go.
you, please give me a humanity roll. That is your available humanity.
That the white boxes or the black
No, that's
boxes?
the actual amount
Your humanity
of
level?
unstained humanity that you have.
3 successes.
I got 4.
All right, 4.
Okay.
3. 5.
5 successes.
Yep.
Awesome. That's impressive. Okay, so to each of yours own rationale and understanding, ditching this probably nearly dead person assaulted by Mr. Tim Toon is strangely okay, knowing that he will probably die without immediate serious medical attention. Each of you rationalizes this, exiting the apartment, going downstairs, turning towards 3A, seeing the blasted hole through his what's left of the front door, realizing that old Mr. Jones probably fired at the police. Entering his apartment, There's clearly blood splatter. The evidence of him getting shot in return by the local authorities. You find a closet, deposit the nearly dead individual in the closet, and quickly make an exit of the apartment building, heading for Annabelle's car. Who's driving?
As we're
Oh, I gave the keys to Annabelle. So
Okay.
I will drive.
as we leave, I'm gonna grab one of Mr. Jones's favorite beers and take it with me.
Okay. So yeah, Zeke pauses long enough to pop the fridge open, grab a beer, and heads out with everybody else as Tim deposits the body.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk to the meeting place.
Okay. Jonathan sets off on
Oh.
foot.
I'll go with Annabelle.
Tim?
I'm heading 2 blocks away to meet with Miss Stone.
So you're walking with Jonathan?
Yeah.
Okay. Virginia.
Yep.
You get the texts that you got. The call for need pickup. It doesn't take a lot of brain cells to figure out that whatever's going on in the local news is directly related to the rest of your coterie.
Yeah. So before I headed out, I grabbed an assortment of clothing, change of clothing for everybody, should they require it.
Okay. Your night shift is beginning to shuffle in. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. You get a little quizzical looks as you head out. Oh no, you were at home. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was at home.
Correction. None of that happened. So
Yes.
yeah, you duffel bag up some clothing, get in your vehicle, and head out. You know that the location they gave you is near, quite near, the Prince William, the Manassas City Police Department in Old Town Manassas, which is unsettling, to say the least, considering what you've seen on the broadcast that morning or that evening, rising from your sleep. It's a rush of things occurring in such a short amount of time after such a pleasant visit with Miss Fiona. Getting in your vehicle, you head over. You get there. The street leading towards the address that they gave you seems oddly untraveled.
That's concerning. I'm going to take a look around and see if I see any vehicles on the road in the area
So
that stick out. Sorry, I should specify. I'm not talking about the Honda Civic or anything.
Sure. What's an awareness?
Okay. I think that is 5. I'm just going to double check. It's been a minute. Oh, where am I? Yeah, it's 5. I've got 4 successes.
4 successes. You look around. You do notice Annabelle's car drive off in a particular direction.
Okay.
You see 2 individuals walking up the street from the direction of the address you were giving. Easy enough to assume based on size and silhouette at this hour that it's probably Tim and one of the others. You're not sure who. But Tim's physique is kind of unmistakable. He's a pretty beefy guy. Other than that, for what you saw on the news, the amount of activity at that building, it really looks oddly quiet. Like it's been too soon for something so drastic to be gone. that more than anything sticks out to you. It looks like, the vehicles that are there, some parked along the side of the road or in driveways, what have you. Everything looks like it should.
There's just no police presence. Not as much as there should be.
Right.
Yeah, we better get going then. These guys better hurry up.
Jonathan and Tim, as you make your way down the street, you both notice the same thing, that for everything that's just happened in a short amount of time, there is an absolute lack of authoritative presence. Up the street, a few blocks, you do see Virginia's SUV. You've been in it before. You recognize it. You know exactly. There seems to be one person in it.
I'm going to make a beeline for it.
Okay.
I'll fall behind. I'll be
Okay.
like, hey, Tim, do you have a smoke?
Nope.
Fuck.
So they approach, and I assume that you allow them in the vehicle.
Yep. And as they're getting in, I'm going to gesture to the duffel bag in the back seat. Change of clothes, boys.
Thank you, Miss Stone. Very much appreciated. What a shit show.
I can see that. Are we meeting Annabelle and Mr. White somewhere else?
More than likely, but we need to get away from here.
Yeah,
and we need to
that's
make
what I'm
sure we're not
thinking.
followed.
All right, we're on it. So I guess I'm just going to start driving away.
Where are you heading?
I
Any
think
place in
I'm going
particular,
to do.
or just driving away?
Out of the county, I would say.
I'll ask the gentleman. Where would we like to go this evening, gentlemen, in this fancy ass taxi?
Head to the ocean until we're sure that we're not being followed.
I'm just going to drive
Why
some
don't-
circles.
Why don't we go
Okay.
to the library?
The library.
To the library.
Like the library.
The library.
Oh, fuck. All right.
It's not really somewhere we go unannounced.
Yeah.
I'm driving at this point. I'm not standing still. This is really
you
unnerving.
know where they're talking about. I mean,
Yeah.
they're
What-
referring to the Chantry.
What safer place do you?
Yeah. Mr. Crowley seems to frown
Oh.
on us bringing friends
Yeah,
to his
I'm not
doorstep.
shitting on his doorstep again. Hard pass.
Well, I have a lot of information that they would probably deem valuable.
Well, I will happily wait in the vehicle while you share that information with them. If I am invited in, then I will join you.
I'm driving towards the Chantry at this point because that
Zeke,
seems to be the general consensus.
Annabelle, as you two drive off away from the apartment building, it is not hard to pick out a couple blocks away Miss Virginia Stone's SUV as you see Tim and Jonathan walking towards it at a brisk pace. Where are you two headed?
Annabelle is driving towards the battleground.
Okay.
She's
And
also going.
You two
Sorry, go ahead.
have the other body,
Yes.
not the gangster,
We have
No, we have
the staked individual.
Mr. Crowbar from the Three Monkeys.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Off you head in the opposite direction towards the battlefield. Ladies and
I'll
gentlemen.
ask. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll ask Annabelle for her cell phone as we are driving, to see where to meet up with.
Annabelle is just going to turn and look at Mr. White. Oh, but Mr. White, I thought you were a person and you didn't need you weren't on my leash anymore.
I said we should be comrades.
We can be comrades, but you've lost phone privileges. Annabelle does at this point reach into her clothes and she pulls out her phone. She sends a text to Nathaniel and says, meet me at the old town. Meet me at the old place of conflict.
Nathaniel?
Nathaniel is who is supposed to meet us tonight at the flop house.
Yeah,
And I don't want him
exactly.
walking into the flop house, so I'm going to give him forewarning of where he can find me.
All right. The text message is sent off. Annabelle pockets the phone again, not waiting for a response. Driving wordlessly deep in her own thoughts, occasionally fingering the slowly healing hole in her chest. Contemplating the people she calls friends. Or does she? With that, we're going to take a break. We will be back in about 7 to 10 minutes. Hopefully, our viewers will not flee. We will see you all shortly. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be right back after this quick break. And welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. We're able to catch a drink, a bathroom, and what have you as we dive right back into it. We left off, we have Annabelle and Zeke making a beeline for the battlefield. Virginia Stone, Tim, and Jonathan Keats making their way to the Prince William Chantry. Annabelle had fired off a quick text message to her contact Nathaniel, whom they had previously made arrangements to meet at the flop house. En route, a couple minutes later, there's a response from Nathaniel. Question mark, TV, question mark, get fucked.
I'm not going to respond to that. I'm just going to keep driving towards the battlefield.
Excellent. A few minutes later, you arrive at the battlefield, at the historic building. The small parking lot is empty at this time of night. Seems quiet as you pull your car in. What are you and Zeke doing? There's still an asset in your trunk.
Yes, I am wanting to hang out for a minute and see if there's someone I've met here a couple times shows up, but if they don't, there's something else I would like to do. But I'm waiting to see, because if I don't see from this individual, then I'm going to ask a favor of Mr. White.
The minutes tick by. There's the occasional car that drives up and down Route 29. It's quiet. It is excessively quiet compared to what was just going on back at your once safe, unknown, quiet flophouse apartment.
Just kind of musing to myself. It's kind of nice to just be out here away from all of the noise. She looks up at the sky a little bit through the windshield, just kind of like, even the stars, they're a little bit brighter here, though this is nothing compared to what it used to be like. Mr. White, you have to understand.
I want to apologize, Miss Annabelle.
Apologize for what, Mr. White?
Chaos. My fuck ups. I know what I said back there at your former place of residence seemed in the moment, but I do have value, as you have said. I just need to find that value and point it in a way that doesn't get the people around me murdered or eaten.
Of course, Mr. White.
The good doctor is all I have left.
Is that so?
And I'm being vulnerable here, admitting to that.
Annabelle,
There's
your
nothing.
beast pokes up when he mentions the good doctor. Yeah. The tool belt's getting full, isn't it? The pet got out of line and needs to have that leash tightened.
Yes. Mr. White, there is nothing wrong with admitting your faults. Do you have regrets, Mr. White? Do you think, if only I could do this or do that differently?
But of course, we all do. And I mean, even I do. The place of which we do not speak, and the horrors of that night that I do not speak of, still haunt my undead dreams. The girl, you know who, from the you know where, screaming every night. I've gotten used to. But
Which girl, Mr. White?
he'll lower his voice. Celestria.
I'm sorry, Mr. White, but I do not know who this Celestria is. You treat her as a boogeyman, but
You didn't hear her down there, underneath
Down.
the city.
Oh. Yes, I see. You're scared of that. Very well, Mr. White. But how is she tied to you if you have regrets around her?
I couldn't save those that are down there. And she's protecting us. I owe it to her to find out why she keeps screaming and to make that pain of hers go away.
I
I
see.
owe it to all of them. To Mikhail, to Jonathan, my Jonathan, and my dear sweet Josephine, and Jose, and the officer, and the reporter, all of it.
What is he railing on about? Shut him up and feed him.
Mr. White, if you want to be useful, I am
Drink.
going to.
If he wants to be useful, drink. Make him drink.
How can I be useful? May I be useful? That is.
Yes, you can find purpose with my blood.
That's it.
You
That's
mean
the note. Play
another
it
step
sweetly.
down the submissive. Another step down the submissive hole that I seem to be in a bind with you.
It's not submission, Mr. White. It is a path to power for you and for me.
In what way?
You will drink, and then you will use your tricks. You say you saw me in a field, and you say you saw me torn to pieces, but I want to know if you can see someone else.
I see. Well, I wish to propose a trade, as it were. That we take this step and bind together.
Annabelle had been kind of extending her hand towards Mr. White, but as he says that, she just kind of pulls it back towards herself. That does not work for me, Mr. White. I have seen you and your compatriots and their inability to protect what is important to us in these nights, and I cannot trust myself to be bound to you in such a way.
Well, since my negotiation has failed, I will.
Oh, don't worry, Mr.
Give
White.
me-
The offer is off of the table completely. You can find your new master. I will release you in due time.
Give me your wrist.
You don't order me around.
That's right. Make the dog beg.
I need to have a purpose. Please.
What do you want your purpose to be then? You can't just exist
I
to
want
be
to
aimed.
protect.
You
I
what?
want to protect this city. I want to protect the traditions. To learn upon my mistakes.
You couldn't even protect your friends.
Oh, whatever he says, just feed the dog. He needs his bone.
I wish to be of use to the tower. Truly.
Miss Annabelle starts kind of extending her arm out towards Ezekiel again. If you think you deserve it, then take it, Mr. White.
He will take her hand gently and pierce down, but as he's piercing down, speak. I do not deserve this, but it is mine to take. To take my destiny into my own hands. And will drink.
Zeke, your beast, speaks up again. Put her down. Take it all. Who is she to think that she controls us? This is bullshit. You're the fucking prophet.
I will only take one from her.
Okay.
And break away after the one.
Annabelle, you will gain a hunger, giving up the vitae. Virginia, Tim,
Yes.
Jonathan. The familiar path into the Prince William Forest, near and adjacent the airport, is a familiar drive. As you drive closer, Tim, memories of gunfire, exchanges, promises, bones become very prevalent in your mind and the whispers of your head. Seeing the mansion, as it were, the library. Jonathan, you've never physically been here.
Not during the show yet.
It's an impressive estate tucked away a little bit off the beaten path near the regional airport off the 234 bypass.
Yeah, I'm imagining this is like hitting a lot of Jonathan's nerves. Probably a lot of torture, probably a lot of other things have gone on here to him, experiments that have been done. And he's never keen on visiting this place other than when it's like absolutely necessary.
There's a point along the drive where the entire property takes on a different feel. There's kind of that point of no return sensation as the vehicle approaches the front of the chantry. The lights are dim but lit. There doesn't seem to be anyone milling about the grounds, though the three of you have the sensation of eyes. We're being watched. We are being watched the moment we turned off the bypass. The entire way up the mile or so drive into the forest. And even now, our presence is not a surprise. You pull up. What are the three of you doing as you approach the building?
Nothing. I'm staying in the car.
I'm going to shoot a quick email to Fiona.
To Fiona?
Not Fiona. I'm sorry. My sire. Phoebe. I think.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Get my notes.
I'm going to, in the meantime, look at Tim
Penelope.
and say,
Yes,
Sorry.
Miss Stone.
I would stay with you in the vehicle, but I do think it would be remiss of me not to thank Mr. Crowley for returning Fiona to us. I think that it is my, it is the proper
If you have
thing to
business
do.
with him, by all means. I do not, and I was not invited, so I will stay in the vehicle.
Mr. Keats, do they know that we are here?
Oh, they know we were here already.
Yeah.
No, do they know that we were coming? Are we supposed to be here? I guess that's my question.
So it's a couple of days overdue than what I initially said, but I am shooting a quick email right now as we speak. They know we're here, of course, but it's always good to give formal notice.
What does your email to Penelope say?
I know I am overdue, but this is an emergency. And I'll put and I have a lot of information, and I have cracked, as previously stated, the thing that was sent to me.
Okay, so you fire off the email. A little bit of conversation ensues. Tim exclaims that he's staying in the vehicle. And what are the two of you doing?
I am following Mr. Keats' cue.
Yeah, I'm going up to the front door.
Jonathan gets out of the vehicle and heads boldly to the door of the chantry, followed shortly by
I'm keeping a distance. I'm letting him do all the charging.
Okay. Knocking on the door. There's a good 30 to 40 seconds before the door is opened. So Mr. Miller, familiar face to all concerned, including Jonathan Keats, opens the door.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Keats. He looks up
Hi.
and past you. Miss Stone.
Virginia's.
Good evening, Mr. Miller.
It's been a while since you visited us.
Indeed, it has.
Turns back to Jonathan. Weren't you called for?
Yeah, and I'm here.
Yes. A bit detained, was it?
Absolutely.
He looks again briefly to Virginia, looks past towards the vehicle, sees the third party. Who's that?
That would be Mr. Toon.
Oh. You don't say.
I do.
So, what do we owe the pleasure this evening?
I am merely the taxi driver, Mr. Miller. I did wish to extend my thanks to Mr. Crowley, though if he is indisposed, I totally understand, and I will wait.
So, you've come to talk to the master?
I've come to talk to Penelope, and if she is not available, I would rather proper channels and all that. I am what I am, and I would give my information to Penelope as stated, and if she thinks it's worthy, then it goes up. Usually is how the pyramid works. But if you believe that
He wrinkles an eyebrow as you talk about pyramid functions, but it says nothing.
If you think it's worth Crowley's time, then I believe we could speak to him.
I'm going to speak up again and say, I don't wish to trouble Mr. Crowley if he's busy. I just merely wish to extend my thanks. And I don't think I need to see him to do so.
He looks at you a little quizzically, looks again at Jonathan, and then past Virginia towards the vehicle again. A moment, if you please. He takes a step back, closes the door, and disappears back into the chantry. A few moments later, he comes back to the door, opening it. Motions for the two of you to enter. And gestures towards the vehicle with kind of a come hither towards Tim.
I'll get out of the vehicle upon seeing this and join them.
As you walk up, Mr. Miller greets you.
Good evening,
Toon,
Mr. Miller.
Your previous visits have been welcomed, although unexpected.
I had no business and no invitation, so I thought it best to wait in the vehicle. Meant no offense.
The house, as it were, wishes to let you know that your presence here is welcome when it sees fit to grace us. Please join us.
Okay.
He turns and opens the door for the three of you, leading you into the chantry, into one of the mini anterooms outside of the library, as it were, into a sitting room. Unlike other visits that you've been here, you haven't been directly allowed into the library proper. Not sure why, or by what means this transaction is going to happen. Mr. Miller offers you all whatever you'd like. Is there anything I can get for you while you wait?
Not at the moment, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
Your hospitality is kind, Mr. Miller, but no thank you.
On the drive over, did Jonathan and Tim take the moment to change clothing?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, same. I think
So some
Jonathan's
attempt to
similar
clean
what
up
I'm
the
wearing
blood
now.
on Tim's face and what have you.
Yeah, I'm not a mess.
I brought some suits, and I figured
Okay.
that, yeah. I only have fancy clothing. Sorry, gentlemen.
He again expresses an undue amount of graciousness. It's almost uncharacteristic how placating he's being. Excuses himself and closes the door as he exits down the hallway. You can hear faint muffled footsteps as he walks away.
All right, this is odd, and I fucking hate his guts. And he would probably not do any of that to me, so something is fucking up.
I'm saying nothing. I'm waiting.
Have you all made Jonathan aware of the interactions that you all have had with Crowley and the Chantry?
I haven't said a word about it.
The one thing that was tight-lipped.
The depositing of 2 primogen.
Oh, no. That was mentioned with the prince.
Yeah.
Ezekiel spilled those beans, baby.
Yeah, we were tight-lipped. Someone else was not.
Got it. So yeah, Jonathan, those whispers kind of come up in your thought processes as the three of you are left in the little sitting room. That this coterie that you've been latched onto have delivered 2 staked primogen, one of which who has recently been released to the Chantry.
Very good.
The door, a few minutes later, is open. And indeed, Jonathan, you immediately recognize who's standing there. She's prim. She's proper. Has a concentrated look on her face. Though Tim and Virginia have never seen this person before.
I still stand up as soon as she opens the door.
Likewise.
I don't.
She nods, acknowledging the 2 of you, then turns to Jonathan.
Oh, yes. I probably am supposed to stand up as well. Right.
She kirks a weary smirk. Jonathan, you're late.
No, but I've never been good at keeping time. Day, night.
And you bring friends.
I do bring
though they're not unknown to us.
Acquaintances.
Mr. Toon and Miss
Miss Phoebe.
Stone, of course.
Yes.
Penelope.
Pleasure to meet you, Penelope.
Where are the rest of your friends?
Penelope here actually cursed me to eternal hell. So
Cursed. Oh, don't say it so. You've enjoyed your added years of existence, I hope. Don't be so
Our
coy,
compatriots
Jonathan. They are what?
They are currently indisposed. I am not sure where they are at this moment, but
They're currently trying to
here's
get
not
rid of
where
a
they
problem.
are.
Oh, it seems that your compatriots, friends as it were, Mr.
Mhm.
Keats, Jonathan, my dear, have the impression that the chantry is their personal disposal.
Well, as much disposal is a little harsh. I would say treasure trove.
Although they have paid in full.
Mhm.
Well, not yet. But they've agreed. Have they told you?
They just
I
told-
heard something about it.
They're indebted, Jonathan,
aren't we all?
deeply. All of them.
Well, that sounds familiar for sure.
Doesn't it? So, Mr. Crowley would like to know where the rest of your friends are and actually requests that you gather them.
Well, I can send that bird. Any
You should have
time now.
already done that. Do it.
The only one that I don't think we will be seeing this evening is Mr. Costa. His whereabouts are unknown.
Oh, quite. We are looking forward to seeing Mr. Costa again.
I'm sure.
Aren't we all?
I've heard a lot about him, but
So, do make your calls, whatever you need. We'd really like to see the rest of you. Particularly, where's Mr. White?
why?
With his new handler.
Why is that an issue, Penelope?
She kind of waves you off as she turns to Virginia. Miss Stone,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
at the moment are at least liked, tolerated, even looked forward to your presence. The business that
honored.
you've built, you and
He says that to
Fiona,
everyone.
has been a boon to most of us. A place to gather openly, enjoy each other's company. And for that, we're thankful. Fiona, particularly, is quite thankful. We are anxious to speak with Mr. White. Perhaps you and your friends, as she motions to Tim and Jonathan, almost dismissively to Jonathan, perhaps they can get them to join us.
Of
And
course.
she smiles broadly.
You wound me, Penelope.
Does anyone have
Wound you?
Yeah,
How, Jonathan?
you know that I'm better or worse the research behind this team.
So, mentioning that, and she kind of turns dismissively away from Virginia and Tim to give Jonathan her undivided attention. You mentioned something in your message.
I actually cracked something that you are particularly interested in, but we'll table that. We'll put that on the back burner.
Indeed. So you
yeah.
have something for me.
Yeah, I have plenty of things for you, but why do you need Zeke and Annabelle? Not that they're friends, they're acquaintances. You throw around friends quite.
Jonathan.
Mm-hmm. That would be like saying we're friends. That's funny. That's funny, right?
This
Everyone
is not a large domain.
Mm-hmm.
It has ears, it has eyes, and you and your friends, she again waves a hand towards Tim and Virginia, have not exactly been conspicuous.
That's fair.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to leave the room. You all make whatever phone calls or messages you need to make. And let Mr. Miller know he'll be right outside the door when we can expect Mr. White and Miss Annabelle.
What if we're just not able to? You know, they might have prior engagements. You know, they might have
Jonathan?
a late night dinner, a date, candlelit.
She cuts you a dagger-like look, although maintaining a compulsory smile. The acceptable answer is yes. I will return. Let Mr. Miller know when we can expect company. And she turns, closing the door behind her.
So, Mr. Keats,
Mm-hmm.
what kind of weird, fucked up power struggle have you brought us into?
No different or unusual as the likes that I've been dragged into or that you haven't seen before.
I find myself unamused by vague conversation. I think we need to get going. Mr. Toon, do you have a way to contact Annabelle?
Yeah, let me ping her. And I'm going to message
Tell her,
Annabelle.
don't come here. Just don't.
Why would I tell her that?
Ignore Mr. Keats. He's being
you think
petulant.
that's going to make it any better?
For Mr. White's sake.
Well,
or you know what?
Remember what I said about the Piper. I'm going to message Annabelle that the pleasure of Mr. White's company has been requested.
So yeah, Annabelle, your phone buzzes with a text message from the familiar number of Mr. Toon.
Reading over the text message, I'm just going to respond back with he is indisposed at the moment.
So when can we expect you? Send.
I'm just responding with don't really know.
Tim, it occurs to you without wits and awareness but they have no idea where you are, where you've gone. Likewise, Annabelle, it occurs to you that you have no clue where the three of them have disappeared
but I will mention that Annabelle doesn't really fucking care at this point. So yeah.
Oh,
I sent the message.
Look at that.
So it looks like we may or may not be joined this evening.
You're muted, Virginia. That's
sorry, Andrew like
Virginia.
hailed me with food, so I had to eat. As I was saying, I don't think she was really giving us an option.
Yeah, I was, I messaged them, said, hey, you need to show up here. And they said, well, we'll get there when we can.
Did you talk to Annabelle or Zeke?
Annabelle.
Well, you were standing right there. He didn't talk to anybody. He's been busily thumbing away at his device.
Texting.
And that's fine.
Does she know
Penelope,
where we are?
likes to play hard.
I'm gonna text an emoji of the wizard hat to Annabelle, and then text no is not an acceptable answer, unfortunately. Send.
Annabelle is going to look at it and she's going to point the screen at Mr. White and be like, "What, Mr. White, what is this?"
Zeke, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry. I've been sneezing. Wizard hat. No is not the option. Is that what that says?
Is that what this symbol is? Is this a wizard hat? What is a wizard?
You know, a warlock. Speak of the prince.
Yeah, okay. Annabelle's going to close her phone again and put it back in her pocket.
I assume we've been summoned to visit the esteemed D'Arquis Crowley.
Mr. Crowley doesn't get to demand to see you, doesn't get to demand to see me. He hasn't earned that right. So he can wait.
I don't want to go there unless you think I should go there.
Why would I hand you to those fucking traitors?
You'll see for the first time in a while, you will blink and smile brightly. You really do care under that exterior, don't you?
Of course I care,
And
Mr.
I don't mean
White.
that.
You will play some part, and I will choose that part, not those fucks in their fake tower, hiding away, reading their books, pretending like they're better than us. At this point, Annabelle's going to she's going to pop the trunk to the car. She's going to get out. She's going to go around to the back of the car.
Zeke, give me wits and resolve, please.
Yeah, I can do that. Let me pull up the sheet here. Come on. It is wits and said resolve.
Yes.
Get right. Woo! 4 because of a bestial fail or a bestial success. Or bestial crit, I mean.
Okay, wait. Bestial, what? Okay, so there's only a bestial failure if you have a critical failure with 0 successes.
Okay.
So what is it?
Messy crit is the one you're probably looking for.
Yeah, it's a messy crit.
The beast in your brain prickles you. Memories of conversations come back of Victor Costa explaining to you that you owe life boons to the Chantry.
You know, what has that man done for us lately? What has that man done for us at all? Life boon, if they want to call it, they can fucking call it. If it is so goddamn important we need to be there, they can call in their favors. I am not a slave to the triangle. I am not a slave to that
You
organization.
saying this out loud to Raven, or is this an internal conversation?
Oh no, this is totally allowed.
Okay.
This is complete. He's rationalizing this aloud.
Yeah, continue.
Yep.
Or not. Help me out,
I'm
players.
still here.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to finish what he was saying. So,
Oh no, okay. Fuck the goddamn Tremere and their damn booms and slavery to the rest of us. Although I do respect the warlock and his abilities, and that is as far as that goes. If they need to summon me there, they can do as much. Bastards.
exactly. Yes.
I didn't agree to that damn bargain that Victor fucking Costa drew. I was not there to consent. Boons need to be consented upon, and I was not there to consent.
Exactly.
And he will just go
Mr.
quiet at that
White.
point.
As he gets quiet, I will finish climbing out of the vehicle and go around to the back of the car. Because I am aiming to drink off of the staked individual that's in the trunk of the vehicle for a few points, because I'm not sitting in hunger 4.
Okay. So
I gave you one.
I know, but I gained a hunger.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but
okay.
Again,
I always fail house checks.
Yeah.
Did you
So, yeah.
reroll?
Zeke,
I forgot.
Zeke, as you're finishing your tirade, as it were, Annabelle gets out of the vehicle, walks to the trunk, pops it open, and bends over, disappearing from view. Annabelle, what do you do?
I'm just going to kind of like look like I'm kind of rummaging around in the trunk, but really I'm just kind of like biting down into his arm or someplace, just pull a couple points of blood out of him. So
Okay.
I don't want it to look obvious. Like I'm not pulling an arm up. I'm not pulling him up out of the trunk. I just want it to be kind of subtle looking. So.
Okay. It is not hard to feed from a staked kindred.
Yep.
As you well know. The beast, ever so grateful for sustenance, urges you again. Why stop now? Fuck those Tremere. Fuck the rest of these people. Fuck that asshole in the car. Drink. This is the path to power.
Yes,
This is
but
the
not
path to what we seek.
we have nothing to gain from this fucking bag. That's what she's thinking in her head to the beast.
Life force.
I was just about to ask if you were saying that
Take
aloud.
it. It's yours.
You think you're so coy. He's young. You can taste it. He's not worth the fucking trouble. So don't give me this shit.
How do you know until you try? It's so sweet.
That
Power
does not.
is power.
If he was so powerful, he would have put up more of a fight.
Against you? Against us?
You seem to think we
Please.
need more power.
Don't we?
We can get our power elsewhere.
Yeah,
This
it's sitting in
thing-
the car.
But I'm going to trade this thing for power elsewhere.
To
So if I kill
whom?
him-
Drink!
No.
When the voice quiets down, you slake your hunger. Jonathan, Tim, Virginia.
Yes.
Tim texts back and forth to Annabelle, as you can assume, a couple of times, shrugs his shoulders, and we're not going to be joined.
Okay.
Mr.
All right.
Miller.
No, wait. Wait a second.
We lost Ezekiel. Thank you for bearing with us during our technical difficulties. Right back to it as the members at the Chantry call out for Mr. Miller.
I'm going to say, sorry.
Go ahead.
Hold up, Jonathan. I'm going to summon Mr. Ezekiel White to me.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Don't worry about it. Mr. White will be here soon. And what is my role for that? I can't remember.
Mr. Miller.
He quickly opens the door and pokes his head in.
Is it a last meal type request that I can do?
I'm sorry, a what?
A last meal,
Last meal?
Yeah.
You expect to perish?
Well, you never know. The night is young. I always expect to. This may be my last sunrise.
He kind of grins, chuckles a moment. Sure. What can I do for you?
Guys, do we have an order, or is it just for one? Because if I'm eating, by myself, do you want to split it? Do you want to?
My appetites have caused enough trouble this evening. Thank you, Mr. Keats.
I'm just going to look at Mr. Keats and then look away. I'm concentrating on summoning.
Just blood. It doesn't matter, but not preferably directly from a person.
I will make your request known. Are we expecting Miss Annabelle and the Prophet?
At this, I will turn and I will smile at Mr. Miller and say, I'm working on it.
Excellent. I will relay your request, Jonathan. He bows respectfully, exiting the sitting room, and closes the door again. A rouse check.
So do I have to
please,
roll
Virginia.
anything to...
You start
Okay.
with a rouse check.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to.
And,
Success.
Okay. You do not gain hunger. If you'll please roll your
Yes.
manipulation and presence.
Cool. That's 9 dice. And I have gotten 6 successes. Sorry, I got
Excellent.
excited for a second. Thought I got more.
Virginia seems to fade into some kind of trance or concentration. She withdraws from the two of you post interruptions. She looks very stern and purposeful. Zeke, can you roll your composure and intelligence for me, please?
Way ahead of your rolling now. Let's see, that's 1. That's 4. 5, 6 successes.
Virginia, you have the option to burn a willpower and reroll any failed regular dice, less your hunger,
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
up to 3.
So it is actually 3. And I'm adding 2 successes to that.
Okay. Zeke, as you
Yes.
and Annabelle engage into the conversation of cursing the wherewithal of the Tremere and their wants and their boons, an overwhelming draw, the visage of Virginia Stone echoes in your brain relentlessly, pulling at you, irresistibly pulling at you. The conversation that you and Annabelle are having changes as you are effectively summoned.
Can I burn a willpower to resist?
You can.
I'll burn 1 willpower.
And how many dice do you have to spare? Less your hunger?
Oh, 3.
Really?
I told you this is 3. Closure is... No, I'm sorry. That's 2 dice.
Wait a minute, you had how many successes?
I had 8.
No, I'm.
Oh, he had 6 as well.
I had
Okay,
6.
so you had 4 dice.
Yeah.
With 6 successes.
Yeah.
And you have how many to reroll?
Oh, no, I don't have any to reroll.
Okay.
I was
Just-
relooking at the dice. No, I have
just
no
checking.
reroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
The
Don't roll.
flavor of the conversation changes from the spew of detractable slurs as Ezekiel feels the pull of the summons.
Do you feel that?
Feel what, Mr. White?
I think something's happened to Virginia. I think I have to go.
Is that what you want to do, Mr. White?
It's what I have to do.
I thought you were powerful, Mr. White. I thought you were your own man.
It's overwhelming. I need to help her.
Help her. Those fools run to the Tremere and she needs your help.
I have to go. He'll put his hand on the car handle as if to open it.
Fine, Mr. White. If you feel it is so necessary to run off and whatever, then we will go and we will speak with the wizards.
I don't think it is necessary, but I feel I have to.
Of course it's not necessary. They're playing their fucking games.
Will you protect me?
I will protect you the best I can, Mr. White.
You will do what is best for you then.
Of course you will, Mr. White. And the best thing you can do for me is keeping your fucking mouth shut.
At that instant, he will stop talking.
In the car, Mr. White, we will go and see what they want with the prophet.
A single nod.
As Ezekiel guides you in the direction that the summons pulls him, as you drive away from the battlefield, leaving the quiet and back towards the universe. There's a few moments, Jonathan, Virginia, and Tim, as she continues to concentrate. She seems lost in a world all her own. Everything outside of whatever is going on in her head just stops. She doesn't notice the two of you. The two of you engaging in any conversation after Mr. Miller closes the door.
I'm watching and I'll be like, huh, I haven't seen it from this side before.
You sure you don't want anything to eat?
Yeah, I'm fine.
And what is she doing?
Wait and see.
In all honesty, you're not rightly sure what she's doing. You've never seen this occur. She's never done this in front of anybody.
No, but I've been subjected to it.
I did say that I was going to summon Mr. White.
This is true. She did say that. So yeah, this is probably something you guys have heard about in the many years that you've been around. You've heard of people being able to summon others. Tim has been summoned before. So the consternation on her face is probably giving Tim a good indication that this is exactly what she's doing. Though I'm not sure if Jonathan's ever truly been summoned.
No.
A few minutes passes and she shakes free of the trance that she's been in, feeling the connection between herself and Mr. White. There's an internal voice that says the connection is growing stronger, as you can only assume that the summons is being answered.
Well, gentlemen, I think that should do the trick.
Excellent. I guess now we just
I'll just
wait.
take a seat now. Yep.
She seems a little weathered for the effort that it takes to do this. It's not disheveling her by any means, but there's definitely been some mental effort and strain. Jonathan, this is probably of particular interest to you, just witnessing the powers of other kindred being exercised.
So what did you do? Can you describe it?
Let's just say I placed a direct call.
Oh no, I get the euphemisms. I'm well read, but like, what does it feel like? What did you do?
How does it feel like, or how does it feel to see the sunrise every morning when none of us can?
Splendid.
I can tell you that Mr. White is likely going to have a very, how shall I say, significant impulse to come join us.
That's unfortunate. He should probably not be in this conversation.
Well, I figure if we're going
none of it
down,
should
the
have
whole
been
ship
good.
needs to go down.
I was going to say you could have left me here, but
So
I
as
mean,
the
that's
three
No,
of
an
Mr.
you,
option.
Keats, I think.
go ahead.
Sorry. So, well, Mr. Keats, I think that when we are separated, we seem to cause more problems. So by bringing us together, hopefully I am mitigating further issues and we can proceed with this evening because I'm getting downright fucking tired of having to clean up messes.
As the three of you converse, a couple moments pass before Mr. Miller again opens the door and beckons for Jonathan.
I will get up and go.
He quietly leads you out of the door, closing it behind him, leaving Virginia and Tim alone. He leads you down the hallway just a short distance before the library proper and into a different room where there is, in fact, a person sitting alone in a chair by their self in a room.
Do I recognize this person?
No.
Could be like if it's, if this is torture. You should know. This is my first time.
Mr. Miller shakes his head momentarily. He says,
Oh, it's Miller.
well, no, Mr. Miller is leading you there.
Oh, okay.
He kind of shakes his head at your comments and says, you requested a meal. One has been provided. You know the way back to the waiting room. I'll be there.
Yeah. Oh, did I tell you I cracked your little trick, your little wordplay, your puzzle?
Mine?
Yeah, yours.
You mean what I sent you? That wasn't
And
mine.
I'll just go in the room.
Closing the door behind you?
Yeah, closing the door behind me.
Excellent. Yeah, he has this puzzled look on his face, like, huh? As you close the door abruptly in his face. And you are left there with a willing person who kind of just quietly sits there, head tilted to one side, eyes closed, expectantly. There's no utterances, no talk.
I will talk to them. I'd be like, so what's your name?
Joanne.
Why are you doing this, Joanne?
It's why I'm here. I'm here to serve.
No, Joanne, why are you here?
I don't understand the question. I'm here to serve. It's what I've been called to do. Are
Joanne,
you not
who are you?
thirsty?
Who are you?
And again, she cants her head to one side,
Oh,
brushes
no,
her
you're
hair
not-
out of the way.
You're not food, Joanne. You're a person with a name.
I am. Indeed. I'm Joanne.
So why are you doing this, Joanne?
Because it's why I'm here. And she sounds genuine. Like she is completely convinced the whole reason she's in this room is for you. Am I not acceptable? Please
No,
don't
you're
anger them.
Perfectly acceptable. This is. You see, this has never happened to me before.
She looks almost apprehensive as she says, don't anger them.
No.
If I've displeased you,
No, just cover your neck and say thank you.
but
You won't
they'll
get in
know.
trouble, I promise. No,
They'll
they
know.
won't know. They won't know.
What are you going to do?
I'm
She
going to
looks
pretend like
Extremely
you are
apprehensive at this point.
perfectly acceptable, and I'm going to walk out.
This will not end well for me.
Oh,
Please. She literally offers up both wrists, tilts her head to one side.
I will just like
They'll
cradle
know.
her.
They'll know.
I'll cradle her, but I won't bite her.
She begins to sob almost uncontrollably, as if she has failed in life. There's a part of you that wants to weep with her as she literally feels like she's crumbling in your hands for failing to do what she was meant to do.
Yeah, I probably will.
Virginia,
And then-
Tim, Jonathan disappears at the beckoning of Jonathan, or at Mr. Miller, leaving the two of you in the room momentarily, alone.
I suppose his proverbial pizza has arrived.
Oh yeah. I a little pickier about my restaurants.
So I've seen
Yeah.
or gathered from what. Okay. I've missed out on all of this. I went to get you guys. I don't know what the hell actually happened.
This isn't really the time.
Cool. All right. We'll chat.
Yeah.
Well,
We
I
did
think,
get something out of it though. So
oh, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad something was gotten out of it at least, because that was a hell of a fucking show.
yeah.
In any case, I do hope that Mr. White shows a little bit of haste.
I just hope he manages to keep his mouth shut. But I think we both know that's not going to happen.
Never. It never happens that way. It's almost cute how his jaw doesn't stop hitting the floor.
I mean, it would be cute if it wasn't my ass that was on fire because of it. But, you know.
Ours. It's literally all of us. Everybody.
Yeah. The whole damn domain.
In any case, they should be here soon.
One would hope.
Annabelle, Zeke, the drive is quiet unless you both engage in any conversation, as Zeke continually urges you to go quicker and quicker in the directions that he gives you, leading you past the airport on the 234 bypass, pointing in a direction, turning off and into the forest of Prince William. Annabelle, have you been to the Santry before?
I am not 100% sure based on my backstory information. I don't believe this chantry specifically.
It is a McMansion. It's a beautiful home tucked into the woods near the regional airport. Zeke tends to get more and more excited the closer that you get. Zeke, you're muted, by the way.
Sorry, some of these folks just
Each tenth of a mile, he seems to be more and more excited, urges you to go quicker, faster, as the pull of the summons becomes almost overwhelming. He becomes agitated. It's annoying.
Hmm.
I don't like this, but left. I said left. Damn it.
Mr. White, we will get there when we get there.
As he directs you into the forest, a mile off the road, you pull into a clearing where there's a recognizable SUV, that of Miss Virginia Stone. The palatial expanse of the building itself is pretty impressive. It's a very nice building. It's what you would expect. Zeke does not hesitate, pulling up, not even waiting for you to finish braking before he's opening the car door and heading towards the front of the building.
Before he can get out of the car, I'm grabbing his wrist. And I'm going to say, look me in the eyes, Mr. White.
Instant turn, instant gaze.
You will not speak unless I give you permission to speak. Is that clear, Mr. White?
No response.
I will take you away from here, Mr. White, if that's the game you want to play.
No response again. I understand.
Perfect, then keep your mouth shut. And I will let go of his wrist.
The last thing you hear is, yes, mistress.
You get out following him to the door?
I get out of the vehicle, yes. And I'm just kind of looking around and just kind of. And then I am going to. I'm going to roll to. Just so I have it going, I'm going to roll to activate prowess. Yay, pass that barely with thanks that reroll.
Okay.
I'm also going to activate feral weapons because I'm not going to be pushed around by the fucking Tremere. That succeeded as well. So I just want my fingers to kind of claw out and just kind of. Yes.
The bony protrusions from the hands emerge. There's a slight pain involved as the transformation occurs, and you look at them as you follow Zeke to the front door. Zeke gets there and starts incessantly answering the call of the summons, as it were. A brief moment later, the door is opened. Mr. Miller is standing there, looking almost expectantly. Mr. White and guest, Miss
Nod.
Annabelle, yes?
A nod.
Yes, that is my name, you fucking pawn. Now lead us to our compatriots.
There's no need to be rude, Miss Annabelle. Please.
I
Right
have
this
every
way.
reason to be rude.
He steps aside, opens the door, and motions for the two of you to follow him inside. Closing the door behind you, he walks down the hall, opening the door to the sitting room where Virginia and Tim Toon are. Mr. Miller opening the door, Zeke hurriedly rushing in, making a beeline for Virginia.
He will kneel at her feet, but say nothing.
I will look down at him and say, did I fucking stutter?
He will not say a word.
I'm going to cross over at that. I'm going to cross over and put one hand on top of Ezekiel's head, and I'm going to reach out my clawed finger towards Virginia's face, and I'm just going to be like, You would be wise, Miss Stone, to leave Mr. White alone.
I have not harmed a hair on his pretty little head. Your pet is fine.
Mr.
He just needed to
White.
come.
No, that is not for you to decide or for these types of people. And she kind of just turns without looking and points where Mr. Miller was, if he's still there.
Mr. Miller quickly closes the door and disappears back into the house, leaving the four of you. Zeke,
I say nothing else. I
Yes.
sit down.
there's Virginia. The summons answered. There's a release on your brain. Feels like a breath of fresh air. Feels like almost dawn rising. You hear the voice of Annabelle almost barking at Virginia. And Tim looking on.
He will say nothing and make that motion of lips are shut, throw away the key,
So Zeke,
but have a stern, nearly violent look in his eyes when he looks at Virginia.
Mr. White, stand up. You kneel to no one now. Remember, you are your own man.
He stands.
He is his own man. He can choose whether he wishes to kneel or not, I do think. But that is besides the point. We are past the point of quarrels. Let's be friends and figure out what it is we are here to do.
You all came here. I wanted nothing to do with these.
I actually.
I'm sure.
No, I'm not in the room. Fuck.
Yeah, this was actually Mr. Keats' idea.
Of course.
Yep.
Why?
Apparently, he needed to check in.
You'll see Zeke kind of looking like a dog, begging at this point.
What is it, Mr. White?
Think he
You
wants a
may
biscuit.
Speak.
I think Mr. Keats is like a dog to them.
Mm. Well, his doghouse does not shelter us, and they demand that we be here. I do not wish to be here. I have my own priorities
So
to
you
deal
said.
to. Yes, you knew full well I did not wish to be here, and yet you used your underhanded tricks to bring Mr. White here. He's finding
Oh,
his
tell us how
footing.
you really feel.
I'm telling you right now. Roses bruise just as easily as the kind do, Miss Stone, so I would watch your steps. Mr. White
Oh, I love veiled threats coming from a Nosferatu. That's so cute.
You all just let Mr. White do whatever he wanted, and when I was told to handle him, I handled him, and yet now we are back to, oh, well, Mr. White is conveniently needed for us. Maybe Mr. White doesn't want to be your pawn or your tool or your thing. He seeks power.
Kind of like the kettle calling the pot black, but
How so?
that's just how I
Miss
see it.
Stone?
As I said, we are not here to quarrel. We are here to see what the Tremere wish of us.
Well, then
Not all of us are at the
Annabelle raises her hands up and kind of out and just like palms up with her fingers, and she's just like, well, then where are the fucking Tremere, Miss Stone? You put on your show
Probably
for them.
waiting for you to settle down.
They shouldn't have brought me here
Assume
then.
we have a plan, do we not?
Kill them all.
We don't even know what we're here for.
Pause.
Hard to have a plan when we don't know what's going on. Yes.
Jonathan. The sobbing person doesn't stop. Clearly, she's terrified. Can't hear you.
Hey, just go home. You don't have to be a part of this.
She
Look, I
turns her eyes and looks up at you. Home? This is home.
you know those crazy powers that we have.
What are you talking about? I know they'll kill me if I don't. She again goes to tilt her head to one side.
Look, I fed from you. I wiped your memory. You don't remember any of it.
They're gonna know.
That's what I'm into. You've been fed upon and you didn't realize. It was excellent.
You don't understand. You don't understand.
Gonna get up and leave.
As you leave her, sobbing, cringing, pleading, the door is open for you, Mr. Miller. He looks in, looks at her cowering. Seems the rest of your friends have arrived. They're waiting for you.
Excellent. Please see that she was adequate.
He looks again nonchalantly into the room, shrugs a moment. Of course. Please.
Okay.
And he motions back down to the hall to the sitting room.
I'm going to open the door and realize Annabelle and Zeke are there. I'm just gonna be like, fuck. Just out loud, just
Jonathan pops back in, looks around, exclamates,
How was lunch?
adequate. Storyteller, do thin bloods bleed tears, or do they cry
do
like
indeed. There's kind of a weird mix. Like when there's enough motivation, the blood tears happen. When there's enough conviction.
Yeah, I don't know if Jonathan knows that. So do with that what you may.
Is this occurrence something that would motivate him deeply? Is it something that he would emotionally feel traumatized about, the fact that she's so worried?
Yeah, he's probably been dominated a time or two in this Tremere Chantry and knows exactly what it's like to be.
Then there's definitely the stains and the appears of blood tears as he's struggling with the emotions of forcing an individual into a situation that he's not comfortable with. Now, whether anybody else picks up on those emotions, it's clear that you're disturbed. What's that, Tim? You're muted.
I said to Mr. Keats, you pick the restaurant, man.
All I'm going to say is fascinating.
Mr. Miller does not hesitate to close the door behind him, disappearing once again back into the hallway, leaving the five of you now by yourselves.
Why did you guys come here?
He says that like Mr. White had a choice in the matter.
Mm.
You do forget that we owe a lot to the Chantry.
I was
Mr.
brought
Costa
here.
owes a lot to the Chantry.
Look,
Yes, this is true.
like I said before, like you guys don't have to be here. Like I can take
I
this.
had no goddamn choice. Fire will rage in his eyes as he speaks, directly cutting a clear ray to Virginia.
Did we have a
Dagger-like.
choice, Mr. White, when you decided to involve dozens of people in some of your ploys and involved us in the mess that we needed to clean? I think not. You are just as responsible as the rest of us.
A mess
Now you
I
must
will
deal with
add
your
is
consequences.
still currently spiraling.
I'll still have a chance. Get the fuck out of here.
Any windows?
Not in this particular room.
I
There's a
know
door.
I will open the door.
Okay. Mr. Miller turns to face you. Is there a problem, Jonathan?
Miller, you know what? I do you want to know how I cracked the message you sent me?
He looks past you at the others gathered in the room.
They're not going anywhere.
I'm sure it will come up. Sure. How? What? What did you find?
I don't want anybody in the Chantry hearing this.
Jonathan, as you speak to him, you see another figure come out of another door heading directly towards the two of you as you speak at the door. Someone you've probably seen before, and as she gets closer, the disheveled clothing becomes more apparent as the Nosferatu primogen Kyla Lupo becomes more in focus as she approaches. And she smiles, looks at Jonathan or at Mr. Miller. Yeah, go. And she fans him off dismissively. He doesn't hesitate a moment, breaking conversation with you as he disappears. Hey! You're that guy. I've heard about you.
Which one of us?
The other four of you recognize the voice coming from the doorway. You're the Duskborn. You're Jonathan. You've got friends in weird places.
Nobody important, honestly.
Hey, did you bring Zeke?
I didn't bring Zeke, but I'm sure you can figure it out.
Great. She hooks an arm in yours and strides into the sitting room. She looks around. Wow. The gang's not all here. Where's the other two?
Missing.
Victor? Gone?
Oh,
Yes.
Your buddy Sam.
We haven't
Where's
seen him in
he
weeks.
at? Miss Stone, good to see you. Tim. How you doing, buddy?
yeah. Kyla. Pleasure, as always.
Annabelle. Strange
Imogen.
seeing you here.
Well,
But a pleasure as always to see you, Miss Lupo, as you know.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Didn't we do this?
Zeke. She lets go of Jonathan's arm, saunters over to Zeke, hooking an arm in his. You're the man of the hour. So nice of you to come.
He will not say a word.
Cat got your tongue?
I have his
Again,
tongue,
no
Primogen.
reply.
What does the Tremere need with Mr. White? Though it does seem curious to find you here, this doesn't look like your haven or domain.
Certainly not. You wouldn't catch me dead sleeping here. This place gives me the creeps. So, if you've got his tongue, do you mind releasing it?
Why does he need it? That's what I want to know.
I'm really not asking.
Of course you're not, Primogen.
You know, the nights aren't bad here. You know, the round-the-clock torture can only go like so far.
She
Mr. White,
cuts a look
you
at you,
may
Jonathan,
speak.
and just kind of giggles a little.
Mr. White, you may
Primogen.
speak, but do be wise with what you say.
Primogen Lupo, it is great to see you. I am glad to see you.
Zeke. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say because fuck. You are getting all kinds of attention and it's not making a lot of people very happy right now. Annabelle, you brought him, yeah?
Yes, we were doing something, and apparently I didn't have any say in the matter.
You brought him, so you had some kind of say in the matter. So, hey, thanks. Thanks. Really, no, thanks. So, Zeke, yeah, what the fuck?
No reply.
How do I put this? And I'm not going to do it lightly. Fucking therapy?
Right. What?
What?
Therapy?
I want to get better, Primogen.
Oh, wait.
What?
Better?
I mean, I can relate to his sentiment.
I am sick, you Primogen.
Zeke. She kind of grips your arm a little bit tighter. Now, don't take this the wrong way, Zeke. You're a fucking vampire. You're a fucking killer monster, fucking blood-sucking leech, right?
Kindred.
That. Fucking
I
therapy?
am what I am.
Are you insane?
Yeah.
Yes.
I
She
believe
cuts a
that
look.
that may be so, but Primogen, you know, like counseling is actually probably for the best for Zeke's mental.
She throws up a hand in Jonathan's direction. She cuts a look to Annabelle. Didn't fuck. Weren't you told to keep an eye on these people?
I have been keeping an eye on them.
No, the fuck you haven't. Did you see the goddamn news today?
Yes, I had nothing to do with that, and I was not in a position to mitigate that.
How? How?
You seem to know that Mr. White has a therapist, so you have information that I didn't.
Goddamn domain.
How does the whole domain know he has a therapist?
Apparently, your therapist has friends, Zeke.
I will say that I
fucking kind.
Oh, can you elaborate, please, Primogen?
Would that be the werewolves, or would that be Second Inquisition, or other kindred?
Cuts a quick stabbing look at Jonathan. If looks could kill, Jonathan would be on the floor. She thrusts Zeke away from her as he says Second Inquisition. I don't know what the fuck everything you all do, but it stops now. You are dancing with the sword of fucking Damocles. Eyes have been turned to us that we have avoided for fucking centuries. You all were told to find missing people, not fucking put up billboards.
We also did find them.
What did you find, Jonathan? Really? What did you find?
I will take off my shirt, and I still have 1 aggravated damage from all of the scarring that I made sure not to heal it.
Cute. You like scarification. What the fuck did you find?
It's a slew of things.
You understand what's going on in our domain. You understand who's here.
Yes.
You understand who's in control.
No.
As she casts glances at each of you, including Zeke.
He's avoiding her gaze.
I will immediately say no.
Well, you're a goddamn fool.
Is Prince Giorgio no longer Prince?
Apparently
Giorgio
I'm not the only fool.
is still the prince.
Then is he not the one who rules this domain?
She visibly kind of shakes and harumphs. For now.
You see,
but there
I'm
are
not
bigger
the
things
only
going on.
fool.
I have been working on that, to be fair.
How, Tim? How?
Well, a few of the,
You've
shall we
worked
say,
on getting the authority to focus on you and the rest of the people in this room like it's going out of fucking style. I would say that your efforts are flawed at best.
That's fair.
What
you know better, Tim. How could you be so fucking careless? Your face is on the goddamn news. Right next to his, as she motions towards Zeke.
Why is Mr. White on the news?
Why?
No, Kyla. I mean, why is he on the news? What is going on? What has changed? I'm sorry that I'm out of the loop by a day.
I
Zeke
kind
with a
of
foot.
take the stake out of.
Take the stake out of what? You pull a stake out?
Well, I'm saying I kind of motion to make the motion towards Annabelle. She's occupied.
Zeke's in the news because he's a goddamn murderer and running a fucking cult that's gone amok. He's gotten the attention of every fucking thing around here. You all seem fit to fucking shuffle a bunch of fucking minors across state lines, dropping them off at all fucking places. The Succubus Club in Baltimore.
That was not me.
Just stop. Full stop. Full stop.
I was about to say
just stop.
That would be the same as saying you're responsible for it.
Don't. She points at the four of you. I don't know how all this came to pass. I know that it came to pass, and I know that it is now breathing down our necks from every fucking angle there is. There are powers above and beyond me that I can't protect any of you from, let alone you. And she points at Annabelle.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
This whole clusterfuck, and it is that, has grown like a goddamn snowball.
Can
Where
you tell me?
is Victor?
We have no
we would
idea.
love to know.
I am sorry, Primogen. I do not know where this Victor Costa is. I have not had the pleasure of meeting him yet.
Neither have I.
He's lovely, I assure you.
You just hear a grump or a
Could you at least
growl.
tell us what you're protecting us from?
Death?
That's immensely helpful.
Yeah.
That was sarcasm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
I'm
Giorgio.
trying to. I want to help you. I don't know enough to help you. I don't know what you know. I don't know what you don't know.
Yeah. So she kind of turns away from Jonathan, but towards the group, as it were. Giorgio. She looks exacerbated just even saying his name. Put you on a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
What have you done?
Got confirmation of the sarcophagi.
You found Fiona. Well, no, you didn't. Fiona was given to you.
I have also uncovered what the texts say down there. I have. We all have firsthand experience of what is down there and what wards or traps are also down there. So hopefully we can figure it out from here how to disassemble everything and go back with a plan.
Where is everyone else? Where's Maria? Where's Beatrice?
I would assume in the sarcophagi.
Where's Frederick?
Slap the
Same.
back of the head, stiffen, and release.
She looks weirdly at Zeke for a moment as he shudders and goes through a motion. What have you done to find any of these people? Does it not matter to you? Does it not make a difference? Are they not important enough?
Oh no, they're important, and at every chance we get to try to figure this out, we are A, met with adversity, or B, thwarted, or just fucked with by people that are way beyond our station. Do you think that's fair? It seems like
Fuck
Prince
me.
Williams
Fair?
himself doesn't want.
Fair.
What?
Fair. Came out of your mouth. Fair. How
So-
long have you been alive? Undead, dead, whatever the fuck. Fair.
Yeah, it's like a fair maiden. Fair. Good.
Kyla, have you pressed the sheriff?
Huh. Yeah. Yeah. What about her? Pressed her for what?
Information
What kind of information?
about
What do you
her
think I should be pressing her about? She's the
less
sheriff.
reputable friends.
Wow, if we were all judged by less reputable friends, all of us would meet the fucking sunrise. Don't you think, Mr. Toon?
Hey, I would-
Yeah, but some are more or less reputable than others,
Like whom?
like the Sabbat.
Go on.
There is definitely a Sabbat presence here that I've been trying to.
Yeah. You think so?
Well, I know so, but
She casts
Trying
a
to-
quick glance at Jonathan. Turns back.
Was there anything in particular about that you needed to talk to me about?
I have no desire to talk about that with you.
Mm.
Kyla, I only ask because I think the two are connected.
I did
How?
tell the
Oh no, by all means, the two of you enlighten me. I am anxious to hear this.
I was going to say I did tell the Primogen of the Toreadors to Fiona to contact Prince William, so that's one out of the list.
I don't think you could really tell Fiona anything.
No, I informed her that the prince was looking for her, and I assumed that she would fulfill her duty as Primogen to answer to the prince.
You think you know the duties of a Primogen? Well, let me tell
Isn't
you.
it?
Let me enlighten you a little, Mr. Keats. Fiona did get in touch with Giorgio at your behest, I am sure.
Ah.
That was her sole reason for doing so. And the conversation was quite enlightening for the rest of us. Which I'm sure was solely at your behest. Do you feel important now?
You were asking what did what did we individually do, and I was just merely stating what I did.
You're cute. Annabelle,
Yes, Primogen.
there's a friend of ours who's very concerned about you and your friends.
That is excellent. I've been hoping to speak with my friend anyway, so I'm glad he's concerned, though I am saddened that he has been concerned. It is a weird mix of emotions.
Concerns. Let's talk on that subject for a second, because god damn it, I'm concerned. I'm concerned that there's been a slew of one after another breaches of the Masquerade. Most of which are in this room. Why should I risk my neck for any of you? She takes a serious look on her face as she passes a glance from one to another,
You
pausing
probably should.
overly long on Zeke.
He will have
I
said
I
nothing,
have.
but
Sorry,
give
you
her
both
a.
spoke on each other. Try again.
Go ahead.
He will have said nothing to the Primogen, but give a lowered head at her mention of saving.
What we, despite our numerous flaws, do hold value.
Go on.
If I spill all the beans now, you could just have me murdered.
I could do that regardless.
Yeah.
Convince me.
Reasons. There's reasons for me to believe that your structure for your government is, as you say, fucked.
My government? Your government? Our government?
Yeah, I guess it is. It's yet to be seen.
Or do you claim otherwise?
No, I don't
Jonathan?
claim otherwise. It's just that this government really hasn't served me, as much as me just being a part of it.
It exists to serve you then. This is your way of
No.
convincing me. You understand that when I walk out of this room, I have to go and face my peers
I understand that.
who want answers, who want recompense, who want results, and who
How
want
about
to maintain the fucking masquerade.
How about a redemption of the masquerade? And I'll throw out a werewolf hand.
She pauses a moment, watching it leave your pocket as it rainbows through the air and onto the floor. What the fuck is that?
That's not that. What do you call werewolves? What do we call werewolves?
Guru.
Pine,
Guru,
Mr. Keats.
Pine.
Where the
That's
fuck
what
did you
that
get
is.
that?
You don't need. You see,
Oh,
like I have plenty of information.
it's not for you to decide what I need to know and what I don't know. You need to answer my fucking question.
Does this at least buy us a little bit of time?
You have the next 30 seconds. And she feigns looking at a watch that she's not wearing.
This came from a friend, and I have much more information about what kind of dogs, what breed this came from.
How the fuck should I know?
I'm letting you know. That wasn't a question. That was me speaking to you.
Did I misunderstand something? Pause. Storyteller pause. What?
No. I just said
I'm like,
that
in character,
we have
I'm like,
information.
Explaining, and then you're like, "What?"
We have information on, like what kind of breed of dogs they are, or sect or pact or whatever.
She quickly looks to the other four. How the hell do you all know about any of this? And what does this have to do with why I should keep you from dying today?
Well, we have the answers to that and more.
I'm waiting.
This was this an acquaintance of mine found this, and they shouldn't have. So I inherited it.
Well, you all, if nothing else, are at least mildly entertaining and keep me guessing, which is not a usual stance. Go on. I'm still looking for reasons to tell them not to stake you out for the sun. They want your heads. Do you all understand that? They, as in the rest of the powers that be in this domain, are tired of the breaches. They're tired of the
How's Vicos
threat.
doing?
She pauses.
I'm sorry. Did I might
Turns
have
and
stuttered.
looks
It
at
may
you.
be maybe me that is unintelligent or incorrect. But how's Vico's doing?
Careful where you tread.
Speaking
Jonathan.
of the Sabbat, how is the harpy? The last time I saw him, he was in the presence of a Sabbat. Chummy, palling around.
Which one? Which Sabbat?
I don't know his name, but he was rude to me, and the harpy did not seem to mind.
Well, the harpy serves many masters.
Well,
Mr. Theron is who you were thinking of.
Ah, yes, Mr. Theron.
Mr. Quince's
Dear
friend.
Mr. Theron.
Yeah.
He
And the sheriff's friend.
Yes.
Really?
Really?
She pauses, places a hand on Zeke's shoulder for a moment, giving him the occasional squeeze for some unknown reason. Again, trading glances back and forth as you all begin to discuss this. Theron, Vikos, who else?
I don't know.
If you recall, from the first incident outside the Three Monkeys that I was involved in, the prince bade me to seek out those affected and ensure their silence. Well, it turns out those particular kind were already in on it, thanks to the harpy, and were promised to be turned.
Ah, yes.
The one we met recently, Miss Annabelle, that was the one who is now one of the kindred.
Primogen, if I may, I will bring evidence before you. I was hoping to take that evidence to my friend, as you put it. But if this will help us prove that we are not all incompetent and incapable of doing things correctly, then or where is the doorman? I will give him my car keys and he can fetch the individual in question.
Miller's a fucking tool.
Well, I mean, if you're worried that I'm going to flee into the wind or something, I was just saying I would go and procure this individual that Mr. Toon has referenced.
You have effectively gained my attention. Let's say that. You've bought another 30 seconds, as it were. Congratulations. Let's back up. Theron, Vikos. Mysterious piece of proof. The burning of Mr. Ezekiel White's family, as it were. What is all this? How does this all connect?
I don't believe it is all connected at all, Primogen. It seems to me that it is some decisions made by a few that were ill-advised to protecting the Masquerade, and others are ongoing conspiracies, if you will. The Sabbat element, for example, that is nothing that we brought upon this domain, or at least I know I did not bring it to this domain. You know
don't
me,
feel
Kyla.
so important. They were here already.
Yes, that's my point. How long have I been hunting the Sabbat? You know I wouldn't bring the Sabbat here. So why blame us for the problems of that the Sabbat create? That is my question to you. But as I said, I will go and procure the living evidence that we have, since our words don't carry enough weight.
Sure. Let's see what you've got. That sounds fun.
Perfect. At that, Annabelle will Annabelle is going to, if you pay attention, Annabelle's fingers are going to start returning to normal, and she's going to walk out of the room. And when she steps out the door, she's going to just say, "Pawn, where is the door?"
As you step out of the sitting room, Miller's right there.
Perfect. Then I'm yelling that like right in his face almost. So
well, he's been standing at the door listening to the entire conversation, quickly escorts you to the door.
Really enjoying this.
Stay there, Pawn.
As you
mind the door.
As you exit, Kyla turns back to Tim, Virginia, Zeke, and Jonathan. You've been awful quiet, Mr. White. I thought we were friends. You're muted.
He will. Sorry. He will look toward her, not directly at her. We associate, yes.
So, therapy, huh?
It helps.
With what? Exactly.
Have you never been?
Do I look like someone who needs therapy?
Something funny, Mr. Keats. Are you mocking how I feel afterwards, Mr. Keats?
No, I think that therapy is genuine and needed by most of the population. I'm
saying I cannot feel catharsis afterwards, Mr. Keats.
I think you're getting completely the wrong impression. I like I said, I think everyone would benefit from talking to someone and getting your emotions across.
Can I educate the four of you for a moment? Do you mind? May I? Do I have your permission?
Please.
Mr. Costa, missing in action. His place of business, questionable at best. Visited by people who probably should not be visiting places owned or operated by those of our kind. Yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
I'll agree to that.
Miss Stone, whether you realize it or not, and I'm sure Fiona hasn't realized it yet, or she would be fucking murdering you. Your place of business has brought the attention of people who should not have our attention.
Oh, that's lovely.
Mr. White! Yeah, I don't think I need to explain. But in case I do, your place of business has brought the attention of entities that we don't need the attention of. And you have done shit all to fix it. Other than talk to a fucking kind therapist. I hope it's fucking helping.
He won't respond, but in his head he's saying to himself, more than you know, Primogen.
She shakes her head as the door opens again. As Annabelle returns, I'm assuming with a staked body over her shoulder or
Yeah,
dragging behind her.
Yeah, Annabelle just kind of tosses him down on the floor. Your Sabat, or I suppose, or at least he was apparently in the employ of a Sabat sympathizer. So
She looks down as you plop said body on the floor. What the fuck is this?
Mr. Toon,
Another
it's your
gift
turn
for
to share.
Diarqueus?
No,
No.
that is the person that the prince bade me to find originally and silence. Although he is no longer a kine.
What? I
Yes.
gather piece of wood sticking out of his chest, not kind or would be dead. Who is this?
He was the, I'm assuming, ghoul that I had the unfortunate encounter with outside the Three Monkeys.
It's
With
fucking
his
Maurice.
other kind compatriots, who it turns out all of them knew about us already.
Oh, so are you saying this is my brother? Oh, that's lovely.
Your brother? What? Never mind. Beside the point. What is this proof of?
I just grabbed him to pump him for information about the rest of the Sabbat influence in town.
Looks like you pumped him full of splinters. Does that help? What did you learn?
Not at the moment. Nothing yet. I haven't had a chance to question him.
Damn it. She really looks exacerbated at all of this circumstance.
Annabelle is going to just walk over and start reaching for the steak.
She watches, doesn't interfere or stop you in any way.
I'm going to put one of my feet on his throat, and I'm going to pull the steak out.
Strength and brawl. Or melee, sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I'm
me a
going to
second.
use willpower to reroll that because I only had one success. Wow, one success. I have prowess on if that does anything, but I don't think it does. So.
Gives you extra dice.
Gives you +1.
What's it do?
Gives you extra dice.
Oh.
Or an extra die.
Right. I get two extra dice. That's right.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I crit. So I actually have 4 successes now.
Yeah, you quite easily yank said steak from the chest of the individual, almost flinging it. There's a quick groan. There's a moment where the individual in question looks hurriedly about the room with a panicked look on his face. Seeing Kyla, there's a moment of terror.
Be like, that's rude. You don't stare.
Kyla looks down. The fingers on her left hand extend not unlike Raven's dead, or sorry, Annabelle's. bone-like protrusions sticking out of her fingertips as she hooks them up underneath the individual's jaw. You have moments. Use them smartly. Shakes his head briefly. Spits at her. She flinches briefly and flicks her wrist, separating his head from his body. Fucking wrong answer. His undead corpse quickly begins to deteriorate.
That poor doorman will have to clean this mess up now. I say,
Worthless.
Annabelle says that as she goes over and retrieves the stake from the ground.
Worthless. I still need reasons. She looks again at Zeke and then casts a glance to the four of you. There are those calling for blood.
I mean, while we're going through everyone's sins, what did I do?
She doesn't really look at you so much as talk out of the side of her mouth. You're all in this together. You were commanded to get things done, and you've done nothing but fuck it up since.
I mean, same thing could be said for most of the Camarilla here.
Careful, Duskborn.
I mean, you are correct. Saying these obstacles are, we're trying to let them be known. Maurice Tellon, prime example.
Tell me about Maurice. Something I don't already know. Tell me something. Give me something to leverage as fucking coin.
He set up a meeting between Vikos and an individual directly.
That individual being you.
That individual being me.
Curious, as she gives a look to Zeke, Virginia, Tim, and Annabelle.
You'll see Zeke silently snarling as soon as that meeting was mentioned.
What business do you have with the fiend, Jonathan? Her voice softens incredibly on your name. Almost alluring, coaxing, compelling almost.
I have been in contact with this individual for quite some time. Usually it's purely academic. You know, they're a wealth of information on kindred history.
You have a relationship with the
Not a
fiend?
particularly great one. It's more of they learn things from me when they see fit. They have a piqued interest.
You're
and
in
a
their
couple of
service.
things. Not in
Zeke
their,
will now be audibly snarling.
not in their service, but I am a Duskborn, and when someone wants to know what I am up to, it's not that hard.
Vikos is a blight. You know that, right?
As much as any other kindred.
No. Vikos is a blight. A plague. A threat.
Fucking murderer.
That, yes. Like the rest of us.
So is my sire. So is probably their sire and their sire.
She shakes her head, grabs her bridge of her nose.
I mean, if you want, I can quote things from the first city.
Reasons. I still need them. When I look, she pauses, kind of shaking stuff off. I really don't dislike any of you. She pauses to look at Zeke for a moment. I don't wish any of you dead. We're all here for the same reasons, I think. But there are those looking at the outside circumstances and the attention that has been brought down like a fucking hurricane to this domain, most attributively by the actions of your coterie. You make it difficult to defend your existence. I need help.
I do not wish to perish, Primogen, but I am nothing but a tool. If you deem me useless, then discarding me, destroying me, that is your call. I can offer nothing but my service to the Camarilla as I have all of these long nights.
I'm just trying to do the right thing.
She turns,
I just want to
looking
get better.
at Virginia expectantly. Turns to Zeke as he speaks.
I just want to get better.
All
Yes, therapy.
cards,
We get it.
all cards on the table, Primogen. His therapy should not be that much of a concern.
Really? How?
Yes, I have taken steps to assure safety in that regard. That is why I am concerned if you are saying that it is news now that something has happened in that area.
She begins tapping her fingers on Zeke's shoulder like dominoes as she looks at you expectantly. Exactly what steps have you taken?
Yes.
Annabelle?
What steps?
Shut it.
He will say nothing.
The good Dr. Weiss and I have come to a mutual business agreement because we both want to see Mr. White get better and allow him to not be a problem for himself or for this domain. Apparently, his sire, I believe, a Frederick, wanted the same for him. He was the one who set this up, this therapy.
Looks at Zeke. You're not Frederick's childer.
I could have been mistaken, Primogen. I apologize. The details are all kind of hazy since I have been unable to stay on solid ground for more than a second since coming back to this domain. But somebody of power set up Mr. White's therapy. He was just doing what they had deemed best for him.
I was instructed to visit therapy.
By whom?
My benefactor.
Which is who?
That is all I know. I do not know.
You don't get instructions by the fucking ghosts, Zeke.
I truly do not know.
So you got instructions by someone you don't know to go see a fucking kind therapist? Help me
They
out.
suggested it. You read it, Tim.
They who? Zeke. She begins tapping your shoulder a little more definitively, fingers striking a little bit harder. Her impatience becomes a little more clear.
His hand automatically reaches for the back of his neck as he says these next words. Frederick von Doren, and stiffens,
She
eyes glazing.
Laughing. Wait a minute. Wait. Let me get this straight. The whole reason that all this shit is going on is because Frederick told you to go see a fucking therapist? Are you kidding?
He stiffens in the twice that she says the name, and his eyes glaze over deeper.
Are you
I
kidding?
saw him just now.
Frederick, our Frederick told you to go see a fucking therapist?
He wants to get better. He wants us to get better.
Us who?
Those that hide behind the mask. The mask of the truth.
She looks around to those gathered. Mr. White, you're testing my patience. I'm going to chalk this up to you've had a fucked up day. I know it's been all over the fucking news. The 5 of you will wait here. I have to go have a conversation. Do you understand? She slowly
Yes, Miss Lupo.
gives a
Kylo,
glance at each of you.
Kylo, whatever happens, thank you for your efforts.
A damn kindergarten class on a fucking tour of a goddamn museum. Don't leave.
It could be worse, right? One of us could be a dustborn.
Yeah. It could be worse. I'm not sure how. As she again taps Zeke's shoulder.
Something
Don't
funny,
leave.
Mr. Toon?
This conversation is not over.
Yes, ma'am.
She turns, opens the door, very carefully and quietly closes it behind her with not even a click. Leaving the 5 of you in the room alone as her footsteps can be heard disappearing somewhere into the chantry.
Oh,
Well, it's been a fun ride,
Well,
y'all.
that was fun.
I'm gonna take out my lighter and just play with it with my hands.
How close are you standing to us, Mr. Keats? When
Not
you do
very
that?
close at all. There's no danger of me like lighting you on fire.
No, but it's
Well,
still invoked.
I'd say it's been a slice, everybody, but it definitely has not been.
I kept my mouth shut.
You did fine, Mr. White.
Yeah.
It seems that your chickens have come to roost.
Perhaps too little, too late.
Yes. I love how I come back to this area and they immediately stick me with watching you, Mr. White. I didn't even get a chance to help you, but
If
that's okay.
we don't make this, well, if one of us makes this out alive, there's it's a woman by grace that you should probably just mention that my passing to. Tim, I'll just leave the
If I'm alive.
tell them all the address of where to leave the note.
Never should have came back, but no.
I'm still...
Had to answer my child.
Actions have consequences.
Well, of course, but I'm
least I got
still curious why Mr. White is all of a sudden the talk of the domain, especially in regards to our federal friends. That
I was going to say it's probably the people we've acted against. At least I got give one last fuck you to tell them.
Wait, you did what? Immediately, you have my attention.
I showed him that I can hold on to a lot more than he thought.
By what means?
Oh, do tell. Do tell.
I will talk about it later when Mr. Miller isn't listening.
There's no response from outside the door.
Mr. Toon,
Yeah.
you seem to be able to move very fast.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Miller is still listening.
Miss
You will
White.
mouth the next words. Can you get us all out quickly?
I'm gonna be like, that's
No, I
Let's
fucking
just
can't.
not.
No, I fucking can't.
Mr. White, if you think you're going to leave here, you aren't leaving here unless it's their choice. You'll leave
You're
here
the man
one
of
way or
the
the other.
hour.
Do what?
How can you leave?
I'm a coward. Simply put.
Actions have consequences, as we are all learning.
Death is not... It is not that scary, Mr. White. You've brought it countless times. Why be scared now? You've probably looked into the eyes of your victim. Watched
God,
that
this
light
room is
go
just-
out. The only difference is that we will leave nothing but, and she kind of just, Annabelle just points to the where the gentleman was on the floor. That a mess for someone to clean up with a dustpan.
Well, Mr. Keats,
yes.
didn't you make notations of those glyphs on your body that we all saw?
Yes, and Annabelle has drawings. I mean, not Annabelle, Virginia.
I do, yes.
Virginia has drawings. I mean, they're still visible.
As he ripped
Why?
open his shirt and is still visible.
And they didn't seem as interested in those.
Well, she didn't, but I don't know. She has. I could say.
Your
I'm not
pets
going
weren't impressive enough.
I'm not going to insult your permission. She just may not have the mind for or the appreciation for these sorts of things.
Well,
Kyla has an appreciation for lots of things,
inclu-
mostly secrets.
yes, and walking hand in hand singing show tunes. Well, if we're to all be ceremonially executed, it was a pleasure knowing all of you.
I wish I could say the same. Mr.
Yeah,
White.
this conversation's getting very, very morbid, and whatever happens next is out of our hands, I think, at this point. So why not a little bit of celebration and camaraderie?
I have drugs.
For what, Miss Stone?
Oh,
I
Jesus
don't
Christ.
really know any of you, but
Anybody here hungry for a mushroom?
I mean, I had. I think we got to know each other a little bit more intimately at the beginning of the night, Annabelle.
yes, indeed, Mr. Keats. Hmm.
With that, you'll see Zeke take out a small shriveled mushroom and begin chewing on it.
That's probably a bad idea.
The conversation.
I mean,
Oh,
The conversation teeters into an uncomfortable silence at the lack of information coming back to the room. Zeke attempts to
Yes.
ingest hallucinogenic mushrooms. The banter back and forth becomes pointed and stabbing, insults traded. Otherwise, the fallacy of nice to meet yous passes between the five individuals as they are left to wander and wonder what the fuck's going on with the Camarilla. With that, this session comes to a pause.
Whew.
Thank you all for joining us this wonderful evening to see the shit show and the dumpster fire yet continued, dumped with gallons and gallons of fuel as we wander about Prince William County and what the hell is going on. It's been an absolute pleasure this evening. And as always, when we wrap up for the evening, we go around for highs, lows, and nominations for the extra XP each evening. We're going to go ahead and start. And by the way, viewing audience, please give us your opinions. We would love to hear them. We're going to start with Mr. Keats. Go ahead, Zeke.
Ooh.
David,
Go ahead.
did you want to do that thing first, David?
Which thing?
The slideshow?
That'll come afterwards.
Okay.
So like, first of all, awesome job, everybody, storyteller included. That was really fun. And audience participation, that is also kick-ass. Fuck, man, who do I give the nom to? Gonna go with Annabelle. That was fun. I feel like you got the voice down packed tonight, and it was just really fun to watch you, and especially like tell off. I mean, using a little bit of your status to kind of subtly, not subtly, flex and tell people to fuck you. High tonight was just role playing with everyone in general. It's really fun. Low tonight. I don't know who I don't know who Victor is, and a couple other people that would be relevant for these scenes.
So you can't say tonight that it wasn't progressing the storyline.
Oh yeah, no. Like, I mean, that was my goal tonight, and I was like, I am damned and determined to like progress something. But yeah, that would be my low. Just not. I haven't interacted with the other characters, and I would really love to see their point of view, all this shit happening.
Excellent. Zeke.
Yes. High point, plot progression. Low point. Oh dear God, we fucked. Which is apt and visceral in the World of Darkness. Nomination. Player and character want to give it to two different people, but player's giving it to Miss Stone.
Oh, thank you.
Fuck you for that goddamn summons, and thank you for that goddamn summons.
I am so sorry.
I'm just like, it's self-preservation. I want to get better. I want to see all these regrets lived out. Hey Zeke, where are you? Why? Summon. You're a big boy.
I was like, unacceptable.
But Dylan, that's my nomination for Mrs. Stone. It was great tact.
Excellent. Virginia.
And fuck you.
Was that me?
High, low, and on, please.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. That's all. Ooh.
I'm sorry.
My
High,
high,
low, and a nom, if
honestly-
you please.
Well, I honestly really, really enjoyed my interaction with Annabelle tonight. The subtle, not so subtle tug of war over Ezekiel White. It's kind of one of those things. Virginia didn't want him until someone else took ownership. And then she was like, hey, wait a second. So that was really fun to RP out. I really enjoyed that. My low would probably be just kind of waiting for the shit show to arrive. Like,
I could smell it coming.
all of it. Yeah, my nomination would definitely go to, I'm having a really hard time between Mr. Keats and Annabelle, but I think it's going to go to Jonathan, because the low-key sass and attitude he was throwing and the shade he was throwing, I was living for it, and I really appreciated that. So good job.
Excellent. Tim.
So my high was definitely plot progression. Definitely felt like we were at least going somewhere this week, right? My low was definitely the feeding. Yeah, not at all what I was looking to accomplish. But my nom would probably be for Mr. Keats. The verbal sparring with Kyla was great. I really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. So you get my nom for that one.
Excellent. Annabelle.
So my low is probably that it was Kyla, because if it was any other primogens, I probably would have felt a little bit nicer about speaking up, whereas it's my primogen, and so I'm trying to be nice. The high shit. Mr. Jones, like, way to go out, Mr. Jones. Like, as soon as they were like, oh, there's coffee on Mr. Jones' door, I was like, don't worry, fam. We got this.
Yeah, they're getting rid of my
like
meal.
an actual player high was probably Mr. Keats. There was a lot of stuff like at first in the apartment, the flop house, that was really good. And then his interaction with like this blood doll person at the chantry was good. And it's funny because he's losing humanity, and yet he's like interacting with his humanity even more now, which is kind of weird. So that is actually like my real high, as it were.
I was gonna say I'm still at 6.
Yeah, well, my nom goes to Jonathan, Mr. Keats, because yeah, I liked a lot of the different stuff. The interaction with Virginia Stone and Annabelle wasn't enough for me to give her the nom, but yeah, I appreciated it. So I mean, we immediately went to Discord and we're like, so
We were like, that was fun.
yeah.
Yeah. And they checked
Excellent.
in with both of us.
So high, low, and a nom for myself. The high, you guys just from week to week are just a better and more fun group to play with. every single week. And that's a pleasure to see you guys growing. My low, the missing Sam Smith. That would have been an interesting twist on this week's RP.
Oh God.
I'm definitely and not to detract from this evening's RP, but I'm literally still on a high from this morning's vignette. If you guys haven't had a chance to watch it, please go back and watch this morning vignette. That was fantastic. As far as a nom, I'm definitely Mr. Keats, you get it for a second week in a row, sir. I think it's been a great week of watching Mr. Keats battling with his inner demons and seeing the different things going on with his struggle with humanity as a Duskborn, as we don't get to see that quite often in a lot of VTM games. So that's really quite fun. The votes from the viewing audience were kind of across the board. There was votes for kind of everybody, which is great. I love seeing that. And just so you all know, we're going to roll a public service announcement briefly about mental health and wellness, and we'll be right back to do a wrap up, and then of course to invite you all to join us in after stream chat to discuss the things of the week. We hope that you will stick around after the PSA, and we will talk to you all very soon.
Hello, I'm Nick Weird. You may know me as Chops. I'm here to remind you that your mental health is a very important thing. We all have problems, and sometimes it can be hard to share them because we don't want to burden other people, or we're too afraid or ashamed of the things we've done to even try. But your friends and family are here for a reason. They'd much rather hear about what's happening in your life than ever hear that something terrible has happened to you. And if you feel like you can't talk to your friends or family, there's resources available for that too. Please reach out to them. There's no need to go through this alone. We all need help sometimes, and there's no reason to feel ashamed or feel afraid to ask for it, especially if you need it right now.
If you or someone you know is in crisis, whether they are considering suicide or not, please call the toll-free lifeline at 800-273-TALK. Again, that is 800-273-8255 to speak with a trained crisis counselor 24/7. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline connects you with a crisis center in the Lifeline network that is closest to your location. Your call will be answered by a trained crisis worker who will listen empathetically and without judgment. The crisis worker will work to ensure that you feel safe and identify options and information about mental health services in your area. Your call is confidential and free. Unable or unsure about calling? Text NAMI, that is N-A-M-I, to 741-741 to connect with a trained crisis counselor to receive free 24/7 crisis support via text message. Again, text NAMI to 741-741. You are not alone. Trained expert advocates are available 24/7 to provide confidential support to anyone experiencing domestic violence or seeking resources and information. Help is available in Spanish and other languages. Call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 800-799-SAFE. Again, that is 800-799-7233. If you or someone you know has been sexually assaulted, help is available. Call the National Sexual Assault Hotline at 800-656-HOPE. Again, that number is 800-656-4673. To connect with a trained staff member from a sexual assault service provider in your area that offers access to a range of free services. Disaster Distress Helpline. Call 1-800-985-5990 or text TALK WITH US to 66746. The Disaster Distress Helpline provides immediate crisis counseling for people who are experiencing emotional distress related to any natural or human-caused disaster. The helpline is free, multilingual, confidential, and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call 1-800-985-5990 or text TALK WITH US to 66746. Again, the number is 1-800-985-5990 or text TALK WITH US to 66746.
Whoops. Just gonna post my thing about like where you can find the YouTube stuff.
Thank you all for sticking with us during our little PSA. We hope you enjoyed this evening's stream, and we look forward to seeing you join us after the stream on the McStabber Studios Prince William by Night Discord channel. I'm sure someone will link us. Hint, hint, wink, wink. And we will open up the Zoom. I will turn off the waiting room and what have you. And we look forward to speaking with you all soon. It's been an absolute pleasure having you along for our ride. We love you all.
Real fast. Yeah. Just so we have viewers here. Tuesday night, there is a vignette with Miss Virginia Stone and Ryland Air of McStabber Studios fame. So, and then we should have the game again next Saturday as well. So, sorry, we also have a YouTube channel. Please, if you want to subscribe, please subscribe. It helps us so we don't have the Cthulian URL. But yeah, I just wanted to pimp that out there because we got to mention this stuff. We got to let our fans know where they can find us and how to find us.
That's right.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then Annabelle will show up at your door.
Or Damien.
End you. I mean, that's the way it works around here. Do it or die. Welcome to the dumpster fire. Everyone, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your patronage, appreciate you viewing with us and contributing to the community at large. We look forward to seeing you. I will post a link to the Zoom chat on the Prince William by Night channel. We look forward to seeing you guys soon.
Did that for you.
And we'll see you guys soon. Good night.
Whoops.
Good night.